Masi, can you then, so that we start with our meeting, can you then flight the agenda?
Okay, Chair. Okay. Can you see, Chair?
No, thank you very much, Masi. Honorable members and colleagues, this is the agenda before the portfolio committee, but let me then take this opportunity to welcome everyone to the portfolio committee of today, and a special welcome to the Minister of the Department of Public Service and Administration, Honorable Ms. Noxolo Kivit. And we wish you all the best in your sector, and you are welcome to this portfolio committee. I understand that it's your first portfolio committee since you've been appointed as the minister, and we're happy that you are part of this team. We have been having an acting minister for the whole year, 1 year, and you are all welcome. And all of you, honorable members, you are welcome. I think the next item, Masi, will be apologies. If you can present the apologies. I understand the first apology will be the one of the portfolio committee chair. Masi, apologies.
Correct, Chair. No, we do not have any apologies in this current juncture, Chair. But what is happening is that members are also occupied in different committees. However, they've made themselves available. So there's no apology, Chair. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Beko, just a point of correction. My name is Zukiswa Mkolomba, the acting chairperson of the Public Service Commission, and I would like to submit apologies on behalf of Chairperson Fikeni. Chairperson.
Commissioner Zuki?
Yes, Chairperson.
I didn't see your hand.
I did put it up. I'm not sure what's going on with my. Let me try and see if. Let me try again, Chairperson. But I did put the hand.
No, that's fine. Then you are an acting chair.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay. So then we are moving to the next item, and the purpose of today's meeting, honorable members, is to afford an opportunity for the Department of Public Service and Administration, the National School of Government.
Chairperson, it's Mantuli.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Chair, I'm having a problem with the IT icons. I've been struggling. Chair, thank you. I wanted, can I switch off my video as well, Chair? I'm struggling with everything.
Yes, Honorable Mtuli.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I would love to, at some stage I said on behalf of the committee and the member raised to say no on behalf of Mantul. I would love to welcome as well as the committee, as we have welcomed the minister. Welcome the minister to our portfolio committee. We are very happy to have a woman. It was a male minister that we started with. Acting was a male, and now finally we've got a woman, Malbongwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtuli. Honorable members, today's meeting is to afford an opportunity to the Department of Public Service and Administration, the National School of Government, the Center for Public Service Innovation, and the PSC to present and table the annual performance plans for 2023-2024 financial year. And now that we have also welcomed the minister, I understand that the first presentation will be the PSC. And as such, I will give the acting chair of the Public Service Commission to have her remarks, and then it will be the presentation of the Public Service Commission. And immediately after the PSC, I will then give our new minister from the box, the Honorable Ms. Kivit, to do her opening remarks. And immediately after her, it will be then the presentation of the DPSA, the NSG, and the CPSI. And then after, I will then allow honorable members to comment and ask questions in all the presentation. So now we're moving to the acting chair of the PSC, which is Mrs. Zuki Mkolomba. Then it will be the presentation. After we'll open for the minister before the other presentation. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Mkolomba.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson Gweba. Good morning to all our honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. A special greetings to the Acting Chairperson Gweba, as well as a special greeting to the Minister and her Deputy, and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues from reporting departments and entities. Thank you so much for the opportunity you've given us to present our annual performance plan for this financial year. In terms of my opening remarks, I'll just like to give some key highlights, basically of what we are intending on doing this particular financial year. But before I do that, I would like to also just to share with the committee that the Public Service Commission has obtained clean audits for 3 consecutive years, meaning that our governance systems and our financial management systems bode very well for us as the Public Service Commission. We've finalized over 700 grievances and complaints and submitted recommendations to executive authorities across various departments, and the take-up on the recommendations is also going particularly well. We have taken the advice of the Portfolio Committee to improve our engagement with communities and to improve our visibility as the PSC. And one of the ways in which we do that is through our citizens forums, which are a prized activity item in the Public Service Commission. And one of the most important functions of this citizens forums, Chairperson, is to make sure that we encourage citizen participation. We hold government departments accountable for service delivery, and we bring mobile government services to marginalized communities and communities that actually need it the most. But in terms of our work plan for this year, one thing we look forward to as the PSC Chairperson is the promulgation of the Public Service Commission Bill, which establishes our independence, as well as establishes our secretariat as the Public Service Commission. We're hoping that the bill will receive priority in Parliament, and we hope that the Portfolio Committee will make sure that the bill gets promulgated, because it's a progressive move on the part of government to make sure that we establish an independent Public Service Commission as per our Constitution. And then one of the other activity items that we look forward to achieving by next year financial year is the introduction of an implementation plan for the National Framework for Professionalization of the Public Service. So we'll be working with the DPSA and the NSG to make sure that we put together an implementation plan to a framework that's already been adopted by Cabinet, Chairperson. In terms of our targets for this year, we've got over 30 performance targets in our annual performance plan, and we are hoping that we'll be able to achieve all our targets by next year, March 2024, at the end of the financial year, Chairperson. In the past, we've done particularly well in ensuring that we achieve most of our targets, and our consistency and our hard work and our commitment to achieving these targets remains consistent and the same, Chairperson. In terms of our vacancy rate, Chairperson, our vacancy rate is below 10%, standing at 7.8%. And I think we are doing everything we can possible as a Public Service Commission to make sure that we are already at an advanced stage when it comes to filling up the vacancies for commissioners. The commissioner for national, which will be discussed at today's meeting, Chairperson, as well as 2 commissioners from the provinces. Otherwise, those are my opening remarks, Chairperson. I thank you for the opportunity to present our annual performance plan. And I now hand over to our DG Dingi Dube, who will make the detailed presentation on behalf of the Public Service Commission. And she will be supported by our CFO, Zweli Momeka, in terms of who will be looking at issues of budget and financial plans. Thank you so much, Chairperson, and I look forward to engagements by the members of the Portfolio Committee when it comes to our report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues, and committee members. The Acting Chairperson has already provided a background to the presentation, so I'm going to start at slide number 12, which is really looking at the annual performance targets for this current financial year, 23-24. As the Acting Chair has said, we've got 30 performance indicators in our APP, and these are divided as follows. 9 are in Program 1, Administration. We've got 6 for Program 2, Leadership and Management Practices. Program 3 has got 8 indicators, that is our monitoring and evaluation. Then we end off the presentation by looking at the 7 indicators in our integrity and anti-corruption program. With regards to Program 1, as we know, this is really the program that provides the overall management and administration for the PSC. It is where our centralized support services reside. On Program 1, many of these indicators are the ones that are standard for all government departments, but perhaps it's important to highlight the key new indicators that we have introduced. The Program 1, we've got in terms of 1.8, the indicator. We want to automate our system so that we move away from the paper-based operations. Our target for this financial year is to have automated at least 2 of our processes. The one that we've already identified is on performance management, as well as our reporting. We've already started with regards to the HR. We have moved from the leave management based on paper. We are now using an e-leave system. We've also automated our recruitment processes, so we're using an e-recruitment process. However, this financial year, we want to expand that so that then eventually we get to a stage where we utilize technology in terms of our business processes. The other key indicator in terms of 1.9 is the submission of the PSC bill to Parliament. The Acting Chair has already touched on that one. Moving on to Program 2 on leadership and management practices. The purpose really of this program is to promote sound leadership practices, human resource management, and labor relations and labor practices in the public service. So these are our indicators in terms of this program. With regards to the grievances that we receive from levels 2 to 12, we would like to finalize 85% of those within 30 days of receipt. The 85% target is a gradual increase from over the years where we started off with 65%. We are quite comfortable that with the capacity and resources that we have, we should be able to finalize these within 85% of these within 30 days. Equally for SMS grievances, we would like to finalize 85% of those within 45 days of receipt. Leadership and human resource practices, we would like to issue 4 reports. We've identified the areas of this is the working arrangement has had the service delivery, the impact it has had on service public administration reforms, including the professionalization framework. The PSC would like to have, by the end of the financial year, issued its own perspective as to what extent has the reforms really transformed the public service. We also want to do an assessment of the digitization of HR processes across the public service, because as we know, a number of departments are still using a paper-based process in terms of our HR. And the last study we want to conduct in this financial year is
I think
see
Advocate,
whether departments are actually in the. Yes, Chair.
you are breaking, Advocate. I think there's a problem with your network.
Yes, we are currently experiencing load shedding, but the power is going to come back now.
No, okay, Advocate, proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So Section 196 up 4(3) and 4 of the Constitution empowers the PSC to conduct its own accord investigation in this area of leadership and management practices. We want to identify where are systemic deficiencies in the system and then issue 3 reports of our own accord and not wait until we have received the grievances. We will then also be issuing 3 reports that will be focusing on grievance management and the efficiency in terms of utilizing the grievance procedure in the public service, because this is one of the areas we've identified as really needing strengthening grievance management across the system. And the last indicator in terms of the slide relates to the strategic engagements that the PSC intends to have to ensure that the recommendations we've issued over the years get implemented. We are targeting to have 10 strategic engagements, which will include, for example, engaging with the Forum of South African Directors FOSAT to ensure that head of departments are alerted to the recommendation, as well as the executive authorities in their respective departments. Now, moving on to Program 3, Monitoring and Evaluation, which really its purpose is to improve the functionality of the public service through institutional service delivery evaluations. Under this program, members, we are going to continue conducting service delivery inspections in all the 9 provinces, as well as one that is focusing on national departments. We have seen that it is one of the effective ways in which the PSC is able to identify where there are service delivery gaps in departments. We would then issue a detailed report, which then gets presented to the EAs so that then they are able to ensure that the departments do improve in those areas. So again, this year, our target is 10 to continue with the service delivery inspections. Then we have, as an oversight body, have identified a critical role that the PSC needs to play insofar as overseeing the implementation of the national framework towards the professionalization of the public sector. A PSC would want to take a lead on that. We are engaging with our colleagues, the NSG and the DPSA. And as soon as we have started the process, the PSC will be overseeing that implementation plan. Not only gets drafted, but it then gets implemented. With regards to the Citizens Forum, the acting chair has already covered, is one of the key projects that the PSC does in ensuring that the community issues that are raised by ordinary members of the public gets heard. This is an event where the PSC goes and visits the respective communities. We then engage with the departments via whether it is the local government as well as the provincial government. We then hear what are those service delivery problems in the respective communities. We also hear how the department is going to respond to those service delivery problems. What we are targeting to do this financial year is that we are going to be doing follow-ups of implementations of those undertakings that were made during the citizens forums that were conducted in the previous financial year. Then on the issue of position papers, we've identified the need to begin to evaluate to what extent is the compliance with two of the constitutional values and principles, the one being accountable public administration, followed by the efficient, effective, and economic use of resources. We anticipate that by the end of the financial year, we would have issued 2 position papers in respect of those CVPs. Now, Section 196(4) and E requires the Public Service Commission to issue an annual report that is then gets presented to the National Assembly. We, of course, will continue to do so this financial year. And one of the biggest programs that we want to launch this year is an advocacy campaign, a national advocacy campaign that is focused on the constitutional values and principles. We've identified key strategic partners. We'll also be engaging with the DPSA so that we can explore the possibility of partnering on this one. But for example, we've been engaging with the Moral Regeneration Movement, as well as
Honorable Mkweba.
Yes, Masi, can the acting chair check Advocate Dinky? Or if there's someone from the PSC who can take over? Acting chair?
Chairperson, I've just spoken to the DG. She's logging back on, but she will join us in the next minute.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Maklua.
Yeah, I think while we are waiting, we have raised the issue several times. This committee must seriously consider having these meetings in person. It is quite frustrating with this load shedding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maklua. We'll then attend to that. You can proceed, Advocate.
Thank you very much, members. I was just about to conclude on the final slide on our Program 3, Monitoring and Evaluation. I was talking about our National Advocacy Campaign on the CVPs, as well as the 4 assessments we want to do on the departments utilizing the annual reports. We expect that we should be able to provide a detailed analysis by the end of the financial year of at least 4 departments that we will be sampling. And the last indicator in respect of this program relates to the 2 studies that the PSC has embarked on from the previous financial year. And these are assessing the effectiveness of government support service government support for service delivery, and these are focusing on accommodation and property management services, as well as information technology services. So far, we have concluded a roundtable with key stakeholders. That report is available. We will be processing it through our cluster system, including presentation to the FOSAT. We will then, of course, be engaging with the respective department by the end of the financial year with recommendations as to the areas for improvement. If I may then move on to Program 4, Integrity and Anti-Corruption. This is the program that is responsible for undertaking investigations in the area of public administration. We also promote high standard of professional ethics, as well as contribute towards the combating of corruption. With regards to Program 4, the first target indicator relates to the finalization of investigation of complaints that we have received. Our target again for this is to finalize at least 85% of those within 90 working days upon receipt of a valid complaint. Again, this is the target that we have increased, so that then from about 65% to 85% of the complaints that the PSC receives. Insofar as owner code investigation reports, we see there's an opportunity to do more proactive work by the PSC, because the Constitution empowers us to do so in terms of Section 196, subsection 4F, Roman figure 1, 3, and 4. And we are targeting to conduct 10 owner code investigations. That would be 9, 1 for each provincial office, as well as 1 to be conducted by the national office. We will also be releasing 1 oversight report on the implementation of the ethics framework. And this report will cover these chapters: 1 on the financial disclosure framework, the management of complaints, including those that we receive through the National Anti-Corruption Hotline, as well as cases of financial misconduct. In the area of promotion of professional ethics, we have planned to issue 4 articles that will then touch on the areas where we have identified ethical and governance failures in the system, as well as a recommendation on how those can be strengthened. We will also be conducting 10 engagements that are really focused on the ethics framework within the about 20 of those engagement that are focusing on the ethics framework within the government. Now, we then have the power to promote the constitutional values and principles, as members would know, in terms of Section 196. Those are the values and principles that are enshrined in Section 1 and 5 of the Constitution. Our target is to have 12 engagements with public servants and relevant government departments by the end of this financial year. On the cases and complaints we received through the anti-corruption hotline, our target is to have referred these within 7 days of receipt. 90% of those we want to ensure that they get referred timelessly. Thank you very much, members. That then leads us to the budget overview of the budget for 2023-24. As the acting chair has said, I am supported by my colleague, Mr. Zweli Momega, our CFO. I'm going to request him to take the members through the financial report. Thank you, CFO.
Thank you so much, DG. Let me thank the acting chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members, acting chair of the Public Service Commission, minister, deputy ministers, ladies and gentlemen. The budget of the PSC for the MTF that we have just started, that is the 2023 MTF, has got a confirmed budget of 2023-2024, of which the bill has been tabled in Parliament, and with 2 indicative outer years. The first confirmed year, the total budget of PSC is 292 million. It's just an average increase throughout the MTF of around about 7.5%, with the outer years 2024, 2025, and 2025, 2026, respectively, being 305 million as well as 308 million. The budget of PSC is constituted by 75%, which is compensation of employees. So our budget, the three quotas are basically allocated to our staffing, and staff costs also include the salary packages for the commissioners. I must also indicate that the remainder part of the budget, which is the goods and services and transfers, which constitute 25% of the 292. The goods and services has got basically mandatory costs. Those are the costs that we do not have a choice but to incur. And all of those costs are around about 82% of the goods and services budget of 69.8 million. And just to indicate that we do have 9 provincial offices and 1 parliamentary office. So we've got, other than the head office in Tshwane, we do have other 10 offices, and the budget also covers for that. Just to also indicate that we continue to participate on the SETA contracts, because we are the office of the PSC is still regarded as government. Therefore, transversal systems are used, and all the bills that seek to fund such services we incur. The next slide, please. The next slide shows the vertical presentation of our budget, the work that DG and acting chair has articulated and explaining is funded from this budget. This budget is nothing else but a costed plan of what DG and acting chair have articulated. From program 1, the budget for 2023-24 is 140 million. I've indicated that the commission support is funded in that area. Then LMP, which is leadership management practices, we've got just below 50 million. And throughout the MTF, the figures are protected inflation-wise, as I've indicated that the average is around about 7.5%. Monitoring and evaluation, we've got 44 million. Anti-corruption, integrity and anti-corruption, AIC, which is the last program, we've got the 57.8 million, and it's protected. I just wish to also share the next slide with you. It is the same budget, but it's as per item classification. As I've indicated that the budget, the compensation of employees constitutes the larger part of the budget. We've got goods and services. Transfers are nothing else but the encashment of days for staff that has retired. And then we do have a modest budget to fund our assets. There is a need for us to capitalize our infrastructure, mainly in the anti-corruption unit and also the further IT infrastructure. But we believe that with the little that we have, we will be in a position to make some changes. The next slide. The slide that comes seeks to just give a pie chart of what I've just explained, confirming that the major part of our budget is compensation of employees. We are a knowledge-based institution. We are an institution that really performs its duties using the HR personnel that we have, because they do a lot of investigations, they research, they deal with grievances, and they support the commissioners, and they are for the provinces. Also unpacked the operational cost. Thank you so much. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much, members and acting chair, minister, and colleagues. This is the presentation for the PSC. Thank you. Chair. Acting chair. Honorable Mugweba.
Mercy. Mascol.
Hello, Chair.
Is the CFO still presenting?
No, they are done, Chairperson. Is there? I think it's time for allowing members to question. The presentation.
No, I think I went out of the meeting because I'm also on load shedding. If I'm exited the meeting, Comrade Honorable Kibi must take over. I'm also on load shedding, but I've seen a hand of Honorable Nduli.
No, thank you, Chair. The hand was up in case you, because, sorry, hence it's now the time for clarities from the, it's up to you, Chair, to give us, or it's, or we are going to take the next presentation.
In fact, I see the hands of Honorable Kibi and Dr. Kondo. I thought that will take all the presentation and immediately then we'll take hands of honorable members.
Agreed, Chair. I was just
Yeah.
going to raise that point.
Yes, me too,
Okay.
Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Kondo and Honorable Kibi. Honorable Kibi, you must take over can exist in meeting because I've got the same problem in load shedding.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, then I will then hand over to the Minister, Honorable Kivit.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. A good morning to the Commissioners, Acting Chair of the PSC, our DG, the Principal of our school, of NSG, our school, as well as the Acting CEO of our entity CPSI. Together with the support that supports all of us. Let me greet everyone on the platform. A very good morning to you all, and appreciate the warm welcome to the committee. You are indeed correct, Honorable Chairperson. This would be my first meeting to the Portfolio Committee, first attendance. And taking place at a critical time when we were transitioning from the Freedom Month, or what we commonly refer to as the Heroes Month, transitioning to the Workers' Month, having enjoyed Workers' Day yesterday, into the Africa Month. I'm reflecting on these important days, Chair, because they talk to where we come from. We need, therefore, to utilize the time, looking at the past, so that it informs the future. One writer and an educator, Paulo Freire, a Brazilian, in his book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he writes, and I quote, "Looking at the past must only be a means of understanding more clearly what and who you are, so you can more wisely build the future." I like this word, build the future, that phrase, because this is all we are about this morning. This meeting, the report will reflect that we are now engaged in the process of building our future and ensuring that those commitments that our freedom have brought to us, those rights and freedoms enshrined in our constitution, we give meaning to them. And therefore, Chair, going straight into the presentation that you will be listening to, it will tell a story that coming out of an ugly strike just a month ago, that has been a wake-up call for us to strengthen our resolve and efforts in contributing to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state as enshrined or derived from the National Development Plan 2030. We need to revolutionize our public service. And therefore, in so doing, we have tabled before Parliament in the last couple of days or weeks, 2 bills which talk to this need. These 2 bills seek to integrate the public service and strengthen the relationship between the 3 spheres of government. They also strengthen the area of political admin dichotomy, which means that the relationship between the administrative heads and the political heads of departments needs to be strengthened. And therefore, those bills talk to the actions that we need to take to realize this area of our work. But also, Chair, that strike that we're coming from has really pointed to the need for us to pay particular focus on areas that need strengthening. One such area, we need to develop and agree on what minimum standards are needed for especially the areas of essential services in our hospital. It has been a very ugly strike. I was saying to the team, even during the dead days of it, when we were planning actions like strikes, like stayaways, we would be bold enough and say, you only allow doctors, nurses, hospital staff to go to work, because that's the essence of the right to life. If you don't get that service that secures or that brings about your health condition to a status where your life is secured, we then and trampling on the very rights that we would be fighting for. Those are the steps that we used to take. Now, it is unthinkable that at this day and age of our democracy, we would see people taking away and blocking people from accessing health services. And therefore, we are hard at work now to ensure that those standards with respect to essential services are first, there are regulations, there's an agreement, and we ensure that that never ever recurs again. But also in this need to build and revolutionize the public service, we also are working. In fact, the administration of the department is working together with other departments, because as a coordinating department, may have all the good regulations and decisions, but if the support and the actions by the other departments are not up to standard, we shall be found wanting. And therefore, we are involving all the service, the sector departments. We are involving all the key departments like Treasury, DPME, that is Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Department, ourselves, COGTA, the Presidency, that is the governance cluster. We'll be meeting with these departments to work on our wage management strategy, because they will be having a retreat, the senior administrators in all sector departments and the governance departments, to ensure that we find a way to bring stability into the wage bill, but also we ensure that there's coordination of actions that can see us with some different proposals on how to manage that space of the salaries in the public service. And therefore that retreat is in the next 2 to 3 days. That's because we have agreed that we need to strike the line whilst it is still hot. In professionalizing the public service, as directed by the president in SONA, we are working with the NSG to realize programs that will talk to this, that the NSG can run, but understanding that it is not only the education or the training that comes with the NSG that will help us realize this. We are also revising the disciplinary code, because there's what they call a carrot and a stick. We need to revise our disciplinary code. We need to revise the handbook that administrators use. We need to ensure that we drive our public, especially the senior public servants, to register with professional bodies so as to instill this sense of responsibility and professionalism. But also we need to protect those public servants who are whistleblowers, because currently they become vulnerable, and acts of misconduct insofar as curbing corruption is concerned become a fruitless exercise, because people then, because they are not protected, they end up keeping quiet. Now we are working on regulations to ensure that our public servants who are whistleblowers are protected. We are also conducting lifestyle audits. And therefore, Honorable Chair, with a bit of strengthening our legislation, as well as which I will say it's more of a, we're trying to drive an approach that says we need to have, yes, our carrots in terms of training, education, and programs that seek to instill some sense of responsibility and amongst our public servants, but we also need the stick with which, when one goes astray, can be dealt with accordingly. And therefore, even this issue of public servants who would be using all manner of excuses and opportunities to run away from responsibility, or from facing the consequences. We also are in a program and a process to deal with that. That's what, in a nutshell, is contained in all the three, the department, the NSG, the CPSI, because we each one is feeding into the other's responsibilities and areas of focus. And therefore, in the three presentations, that is what you will find, Honorable Chairperson. With that being said, I don't think I will come back again. I will come back now after questions. With your permission, I will hand over to our DG, as well as the DG of the principal of NSG, as well as the acting CEO of CPSI. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. DG. DG.
Thank you, Chair. I thought it's NSG starting, but I'm ready. Can the Secretariat please screen the report for me, the presentation?
Okay. No, that's fine, DG. Give the principal, the NSG.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
No, Chairperson, she can go ahead. I'll come after her. It's okay, Chair. We all here listening. She can go ahead, DG, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask colleagues that we share the presentation? Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning to the commissioners, colleagues from other departments who are here, as well as colleagues from DPSA. Can you please start at the beginning? Yes, thank you. Chair, this presentation, we will do it as three people. I'll do the introductory part up until the burning platforms, and then DDG Linda DDG Administration, DPSA, will take over and just take you through the detailed annual performance plan. And then the CFO will speak on the finance matters. That's just the high level outline of the presentation. If I can have the next slide, please. I think what we want to highlight here is that our 2023-24 annual performance plan was prepared in line with the 2020-25 DPSA strategic plan. The annual plan further strengthened with the inputs from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, and National Treasury. So those are the departments who have a view on our annual performance plan and make inputs, and some changes were made after the inputs from these departments. And also the APP reflects the performance targets which the department will endeavor to achieve in the 2023-24 financial year. The APP is supported by an annual operational plan, which is basically putting the detail into the deliverables that are in the APP, as well as those that couldn't make it to the APP because of the number of things that we have to do in the department. Our strategic priorities, as outlined in the 2020-25 strategic plan, have not changed. Therefore, the strategic plan has not been revised. Next slide, please. I think that the committee members are aware of the vision and the mission of the department. I think most importantly is that we, in terms of our mission, we establish norms and standards to ensure that the public service functions optimally, and that such norms and standards are adhered to. I think I just wanted to highlight that one. We can move to the next slide. The constitutional mandates of the DPSA, I think again the committee knows about this, section 197, 1 and 2 of the constitution. And I won't go into detail about that because we always share this information. And then we have the Public Service Act, of course, which gives us the responsibilities of being responsible for setting norms and standards in relation to all these areas that are being mentioned here. More importantly, the functioning of the public service holistically. Thank you. If we can move, we also have the Public Administration Management Act, which intends to give meaning to the idea of a single public service. And also members would recall that both the Public Administration Management Act and the Public Service Act have gone through a period of review, and the amendment bills were submitted to Parliament or tabled to Parliament. Thank you. We can move, next slide. That's just our organogram at a high level. We have basically 5 DDGs in the organogram of the department, and the programs are arranged, are organized according to these various branches that are led by DDGs. Next slide, please. These are the 5 strategic plan outcomes of the department. The first one relates to improved implementation of Batupile, the fight against corruption intensified, complete implementation of the Public Administration Management Act, improved implementation of administrative policies, and a stabilized public service. Next slide, please. Just from a context of the MTSF, of course, this 5-year plan or strategic plan is guided by the medium-term strategic framework targets. And I'm just going to highlight, just to give an update here, Chairperson. The first one relates, these are the responsibilities of MPSA in terms of the MTSF. The first one relates to the Public Service Amendment Bill 1994 submitted to Parliament by 2023. We have done so. We submitted it on the first week of April 2023 to Parliament. The second one relates to regulations for the Public Administration Management Act 2014 submitted to relevant stakeholders. This is the work in progress where we have a team that's working on this in the department. The Public Administration Management Amendment Bill submitted to Parliament by 2023. We have also submitted this to Parliament on the first week of April, and we're hoping that perhaps the Parliament has already referred these 2 bills to the committee for further processing. The fourth one around organizational functionality assessment tool, we have developed this tool and we are now rolling out, you'll see in our annual performance plan that we are rolling out this tool across all departments. We have piloted it with a few departments and we have improved where we needed to improve. Now we are on a full plan of rolling out the tool. The departments that have already piloted have given us very good feedback around how the tool is assessing them to deal with functionality issues of their own establishments. Business process modernization, we have developed these again and we're implementing fully in 23-24. You'll see in the annual performance plan as well in respect to this. National e-government strategy and roadmap implemented by 2024 towards digitization of government services. This is one area we're not doing well as government. And I think we have discussed a number of times in the committee, what are some of the challenges that we're experiencing. There's a lot of duplication and there's no integration in terms of this work. There's also CETA that is not as supportive in terms of supporting the rollout as it should be. And the president established an IMC to look at the issue of digital transformation in the public service. in the previous financial year. And we are hoping, the PSA is part of this IMC, the minister is part of this IMC. It is convened by Minister TCDT, and we are hoping that it's going to help us to move in terms of just improve coordination in respect to ICT work in the public service. The next issue that we are looking at is job competency framework for the public service implemented by 2023. We've experienced some delays in relation to this work. We are working with PCETA, and there's research that we're doing on job competency framework. And we certainly in the current financial year, we will complete the research and the deliverable on the competency framework. It's just that the research could not be completed within the financial year, the past financial year, which is 22-23. Program to institutionalize professional code of ethics in the public administration 2023. Again, there's a work that we are doing here with the technical advisory unit around the professional code of ethics in the public service, and it will be completed in the current financial year. Lifestyle audit guidelines by 2021, we have done this work on lifestyle audit guidelines. We have workshop departments and sent the information on them. We have picked up that the committee has a different expectation to what our mandate is enabling us to deliver on, and perhaps it's an engagement that we can have with the committee in detail, because our mandate requires us to set norms and standards, and we believe that we have done what needs to be done in terms of setting the norms and standards. We have issued a guideline, we have engaged with the departments. We are working that guideline into a ministerial directive. And this work is mandatory, that is supposed to be done, but there are still departments that are not delivering despite the support. We are not giving up, we continue to support them. However, we cannot do the work for them. We cannot do the lifestyle audits for the department. We also cannot do investigations of issues that affect employees in terms of lifestyle audits, because we don't have a mandate as the department to be doing investigations. The mandate is with law enforcement agencies, and that can only be triggered when departments refer cases to law enforcement agencies. Can I have the next slide, please? The following are the areas that the minister is supporting the other ministers. So it's not a lead minister, but there are other lead departments. So the first one is the 95% resolution of reported incidents of corruption. The lead agents in government by 2024, the lead agency is the Public Service Commission, and the DPSA is a supporting department in terms of that. The next one is implementing the integrated financial management system in the public service. And the lead department is the National Treasury, and the contributing departments are DCDT and DPSA. This is also linked to, this is basically about automation of processes within government. Program 1 processes such as human resource management, supply chain management, finance management in the public service. There's been extreme delays in respect to this particular work. And I know that Treasury is really pushing to get these issues attended to. The latest conversation we've had with Treasury around the MOU is that we are having capacity challenges as DPSA. We are expected to champion the implementation of the HR chapter of the financial management, integrated financial management system. However, we have not been allocated any resources from a project management perspective by National Treasury, and we are having conversations with them around that. Reduction in operational costs of administering government. The lead department is National Treasury. There's a study that has been done around the operational costs. I think I would recommend that the committee, we come to the committee and present on this study specifically, because it shows that the operational costs of administering government go into millions, and linked to this is into billions rather. Linked to this is the red tape that we have in terms of our financial management, as well as supply chain management, as well as I guess, strategic planning issues in government and HR management in government. And so there's some ideas around how we can change in these areas and automate some of these areas. However, I think it's a useful report for the committee to have a sight of. Section 100 and 139 Monitoring and Interventions Act, DCOG is running with this. We have made our own inputs as the department in respect to this area. Program by national and provincial departments to capacitate and intervene in challenging state institutions, developed by 2022. Again, the lead department is DCOG. We have made our inputs into the work that DCOG is doing in this area as well. Chairperson, if we can move to the next slide, which I think is around the burning platforms. I will just give a high-level review of these burning platforms. Chair, we identified these 3 areas as areas that we call them the burning platforms because it's some of the work that cannot wait that we are doing as the department. The long-drawn precautionary suspensions, the vacancy management, as well as the implementation of the professionalization framework. If we can move to the next slide, please. I think that committee members are aware of these statistics. I'm not going to spend much time on them, but just to highlight, this is how we are looking in relation to precautionary, long-drawn precautionary suspensions currently. At national government, we have 315 precautionary suspensions amounting to 61 million. Or is it billion? Sorry, Chair, it looks like it's 2, 4, 5, 6. It looks like it's 61. I thought it's 61 million. I'll confirm my statistics, Chairperson. I apologize for this. The next one, if we can go to the next slide, I'm not going to spend time again on this. The next one is there are 292 precautionary suspensions within the provincial departments. Again, I just want to go and confirm my statistics because something looks not right with the statistics I'm seeing here. I apologize, Chairperson, for that. And then if we move to the next slide, some of the planned interventions, which is what I wanted to share with the committee in respect to this. In the short term, we are going to, the short term being April to September 2023, we are going to issue a policy directive focusing on challenges pertaining, on resolving challenges pertaining to SMS suspensions. These are policy issues, hence we are going to issue a policy directive by MPSA to address postponements and delays, as well as to address the issue of forum shopping by employees that are being disciplined. Forum shopping means jumping from one institution to the other to lay grievances, to lay complaints as part of delaying the process of the disciplinary process. Because once you go to the disciplinary process and say, I have a complaint with the Public Service Commission and we experience this a lot, then the employee and the representative, they will argue for the postponement until the Public Service Commission process is concluded. Or sometimes they would go to the public protector, to the bargaining councils, and etc. The third area that we have picked up is the need to review and align turnaround times for disciplinary processes. There is this view that disciplinary processes must be concluded within 60 days. Or that after 60 days, if a disciplinary process has not been concluded, an employee must be returned back. Within that, it's important to clarify these turnaround timeframes so that we are all clear that what the purpose of the 60 days is about. Consequence to employer and employees who delay conclusion of cases. In some cases, the employer delays, maybe they don't have a strong case or it takes longer to investigate, or simply there's no longer an appetite to continue with the case. In some instances, employees delay because they don't want to face the consequences of the disciplinary process. And we think it's important that there must be consequences for both the employer and the employees in relation to delays in cases. Once evidence points to an employer, then there must be a consequence. Once evidence points to the employee, there must be consequence. We need to strengthen the role of labor relations officers as well in discipline processes. So capacity building and training there is important. And we also need to categorize types of cases that can be chaired internally. by the people that we have appointed, that we train as the department, and those that can be chaired externally by lawyers, because some cases have complexities that requires chairing externally. Sometimes even the people who are trained will indicate to you the nature of this case, I will not be able to chair it. I suggest that you go outside and get somebody who is much more capable to do this work. We also want to establish an independent panel. It can either be at a ministerial committee level or an independent panel of lawyers. There's lots of these in the market to review and make recommendations to accounting officers and executive authorities regarding the current cases. These are the cases that are long-drawn cases that we're talking about. I need to clarify here, Chair, that the independent panel can only make recommendations because the decisions on how to move in relation to these cases is a responsibility that is delegated to the accounting officers. We can only support by reviewing the cases and making recommendations to the accounting officers. The next slide, please, Secretariat. Then in the medium term, we want to, that is in the current financial year up until March 2024, plans are on the way to establish a centrally coordinated mechanism for SMS member suspensions. We want to introduce an automated online reference system and workflow system so that we're able to really pick up red flags and track cases without relying on reports that come from departments alone. Members will note that I keep on saying SMS instead of everybody. We are starting with SMS because it is, we will have faster turnaround times to intervene at the level of SMS member suspension because issues of SMS suspensions are not handled at the bargaining council level. The low levels below SMS, we have to follow the bargaining council processes and consultations, which are certainly going to take longer. And the review of the disciplinary code holistically, therefore, becomes a matter that we must deal with the bargaining council as well, because the disciplinary code covers members who are non-SMS as well. Then the next point around the review of the SMS handbook is a project that we're also doing internally in the current financial year. Just one area we want to highlight in the long term is, which is up until March 2025, is investing in a fully automated system for discipline management, including having an online library of all our cases in the public sector. Next slide, please, colleagues. This next area around vacancy management, you would see that our vacancies at this stage are 12.93% in the public service, and leading is the Eastern Cape at 21.78%, followed by Northern Cape at 19%, and Northwest at 17%, Western Cape at 14%, Limpopo at 12%. I'm just looking at those that are above 10%, Chairperson, KwaZulu-Natal at 11.44%, Gauteng 11.3%, and national departments at 11.5%. Free State, I must say this, Chairperson, that in terms of our statistics, Free State has really kept a percentage quite low, and they've been consistent in terms of this. And I think they just need to be acknowledged for giving it their best in terms of managing vacancies in the public service. The next slide, please. Okay, I've just done this analysis, Chair. I'm not going to repeat it. The next slide, please. Some of the planned interventions, I think what I need to say, Chair, is that with that slide that I just showed on the vacancy rate, we know that there are departments that are still having posts that are not funded in their structures or on PESAL, and we have asked departments to remove those positions from PESAL, but we've noted that there's some departments that have not done so. And we are again in May going to issue a circular reminding departments to remove the unfunded positions from PESAL. And we are going to do an audit of the vacancies on PESAL in June 2023. This is something we do quarterly in any case. And we're also working on a directive that the MPSA is going to issue regarding the filling of strategic positions that are vacant in the public service by July 2023. We'll issue this policy directive. What is also important about this is that in the meeting that the president had with the director generals and deputy director generals early in the month of April, the issue of vacancies was raised and how we're managing the vacancies in the public service. The president has requested that we must present quarterly reports to cabinet on this matter, and that DG in the presidency will be held responsible to ensure that this vacancy is reduced to acceptable levels. And there is monthly monitoring by the GSKID cluster and FOSAT that is also being activated. Next slide, please. On the implementation of professionalization, I'd just like you to pass the slides, Secretariat, and go to the slide where we're talking to the actual work that is being done. I think the members are aware of the professionalization framework. This is for us, this is the year of implementation and the next years of implementation. As I said, you'll see in our APP that we're implementing a lot of the work that we've been doing. In terms of the professionalization framework, these are some of the areas of implementation that we're looking at. We are working on an integrated public service handbook. This is really aimed at promoting common interpretation and understanding in terms of our professionalization standards, in terms of the Public Service Act. And this work also includes a review of the SMS handbook, which I spoke about earlier on. We are also reviewing the Public Service Regulations 2016. We are completing that process in the current financial year and all associated directives. The aim here is really to reduce red tape. I have seen a report that says DPSA requires about 54 reports or something like that from program 1 in one financial year. So we have 161 departments. So you times 54 reports by 141 departments and the costs associated with people who have to write these reports. So we have agreed to consolidate a lot of reporting and to look at impact in terms of the reporting that we require as the department. So the review of the Public Service Regulation also is handling those particular issues. Devolving operational matters from EAs to HODs to promote administrative efficiency and to improve political administrative interface in the current legislative framework. And here, what we are basically highlighting is that some of the delegations that are currently dependent on an executive authority delegating to the DG, especially in relation to HR related matters, that delegation is proposed to be done directly through the amendment legislation, so that the executive authority remains to focus on the constitutional mandates as well as some of the strategic and policy work that they are required to do, whilst the administration focuses on operational matters. We're also working on development of standards operating procedures across. You would have seen I've indicated the work that we are doing on business process mapping as well with departments. The psychometric integrity testing tool is under development. This is an issue that comes out very strongly that we must ensure that we take our employees through integrity assessments before they are employed in the public service. Thank you, Secretariat. Next slide, please. There's work we're doing on knowledge management. We have issued a directive here just to ensure that the current economy is a knowledge economy. So there is a need for better data management in the public service, and so that we can improve on our evidence-based decision making. I've spoken about digitization and embracing the gig economy as part of the work that is being done around e-services and the challenges we experience in terms of that work. The other area of work the minister has instructed us to work on is around addressing the issue of the aging public service and increasing youth representation through strengthening internship pipeline as well as enabling specialist skills recruitment in the public service. Members would recall that in the previous APP, we had the personnel expenditure review that we're doing as part of the single public administration project. This work is completed now. The next stage for us as DPSA is to go into developing a remuneration strategy for the public service. We will share the outcome of this report with our colleagues at DPE as well as at COGTA, because there are implications for local government and for SOCs and public entities in terms of the work and what is coming out of this work. Review the performance management system. Yes, it's part of the deliverables that we're working on. However, Cabinet has asked us to prioritize the performance management systems for DGs, and there is a CAP memo that we're taking through in respect to this after consultations with other colleagues in the space. The revolving door policy allows us to exchange skills and knowledge between the public sector and other sectors like the academia, if you think about research or private sector or civil society structures. We have a policy on the revolving door policy in the public service, but it needs a revamp, and there's a review process underway. Guidelines for advisors. Members would know that each minister qualifies for 2 advisors. I think it's a political advisor and a special advisor. And so we want to introduce, we have a guide currently for the appointment of advisors, but we've observed a number of issues that require attention. That includes the need to professionalize the space of advisors and introduce minimum requirements per category, as well as performance management system for advisors, a code of conduct for advisors, amongst other issues. We have signed a number of MOUs and we're implementing these MOUs with institutions of higher learning as part of influencing curriculum development that supports the professionalization agenda, especially in faculties that deal with public management in institutions of higher learning as part of the professionalization agenda. Lastly, Chair, we are rolling out a coaching and mentorship program for the public service. We have started with young people emerging, who we call emerging leaders. We have enrolled about 120 of them in a leadership development program, which embraces coaching and mentorship, and as part of leadership development. The NSG as well is doing training for those who are interested to be trained to be introduced into coaching and mentorship in the public service. They are doing training in relation to that. This is to ensure that we have leaders that really are able in the public service to attend to some of the challenges that we have to deal with as leaders. Chair, on this note, I would like to say thank you on my part and hand over to colleagues who have to take over and talk on the other aspects of the presentation. This slide, I will jump on the legislative amendments because I've already spoken to these legislative amendments. Chairperson, with your permission, I'd like to hand over to DG Linda. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Morning, Chair, Minister, and honorable members. I'll be quickly taking you through the APP targets for this year. As DG has indicated, the work of the department is structured around these 5 programs, so I will not go into detail on that. Program 1 is basically your compliance-related targets, which for the DPSA will include the reduction in cases of fruitless expenditure, including wasteful and irregular expenditure. We've targeted 70% reduction in this year, as well as 80% and 100% in the outer years. We are also required to report annually on our compliance to the BBBEE prescripts, where we produce 2 biannual reports. We are also seeking to increase the representation of women in SMS positions against the targeted 50%, and our intention is to meet the 50% and hopefully exceed the 50%. We have, in this regard, have approved affirmative action measures for the appointment of women at SMS positions, and we'll be seeking to use that to achieve the 50% in the 3 years. We also want to increase our percentage representation of youth in the department staff establishment against the targeted 30%. Our target for this year would be 19% and increasing it to 30% in the outer 2 years. Also the representation of people with disabilities. The target for this year is 3.5%. And given that the target has been increased from what was historically 2% to 7%, we want to then incrementally meet this target by 5.5% in 2024 and the 7% in 2025. DG has spoken to the review of the public service regulations, which will amend a number of identified sections, as well as aligning to the amended Public Service Act. There's also the handbook on all the review determinations and directives of DPSA, which will also be the target for this year to ensure that we have one booklet that contains all the determinations and directives for easy access by our client, which are the departments that we work with. In terms of program 2, which is human resource management and development, as DG has indicated, this is the years that we've planned for 2023 to 25 will all mainly be about supporting the implementation of most of the work that emanates from the policy directives of DPSA. So we'll be supporting departments with the implementation of the directive on mandatory in-service training. We'll also be developing the public service human capital strategy, which will start with the development in this year. And we will then be issuing it in the next year and supporting the implementation in the outer year 2025-26. We'll also be supporting departments on the implementation of the professionalization framework. And this is work that is planned to happen over the next 3 years. Program 3, which is responsible for negotiations and remuneration management, will be monitoring the implementation of the collective agreements. As the members are aware, we've just recently concluded a collective agreement. And some of the challenges that we've had in the past is that we didn't do a tight monitoring on the implementation of all the clauses of the collective agreement. So this is the work that we'll be taking on, with special focus on monitoring and addressing monitoring challenges for the 3 years in the MTEF. The personal expenditure review has been conducted to inform the development of the remuneration dispensation for the public service. And for this year, the outcomes of the review will be consulted within the PSCBC structures. After that, we will be embarking on the actual development of the policy for remuneration in the public service, and in the outer years supporting identified departments to implement the recommendations of the PER as well. On job evaluation, the system, we have not had a system for the past 2 years, owing to the service provider that was contracted leaving the country. We have had several challenges with respect to the supply chain process. However, we have finally re-advertised the tender for the system. And the intention is that during the financial year 23-24, we'll be able to develop the system and start testing it out in the MPSA portfolio departments, which will include the DPSA, NSG, and CPSI. And we also then intend to have the system approved for implementation by national and provincial departments, who will be supported to implement the system in the outer years. Still in this program, we will be embarking on research to inform the development of post-provisioning norms for the public service. Post-provisioning norms essentially tells departments how many posts are required for the different programs that they have. And the intention is to conclude this report in this year, to develop the actual norms in the outer year and support the departments in implementing the norms in the outer year 2025. Minister and both DG have spoken on the work that was pronounced by the President in the 2023 SONA with respect to developing measures for employed public servants who are either whistleblowers, who are required, who are either currently in witness protection or will require witness protection, because there's a lot of employment-related matters that will need to be sorted out, because whilst they are in witness protection, they will still be employed by departments. So it's going to have a lot of implications on planning for their work, reporting, as well as performance management. So the guide will be developed this year, and the outer years will be supporting all departments to implement these measures. There has been, DG has explained the work that we're doing as well around discipline management. And the department will, in the 3 years of the MTF, supporting departments to reduce their case backlogs, as well as monitoring the progress that has been made by the department as a result of the support that will be provided by the DPSA. The review of the disciplinary code has already been spoken to, and we will also then be supporting the non-compliant departments to fast-track the implementation of lifestyle audits. So this year would specifically be targeting those departments that we have identified through our monitoring interventions and those that have been found to be non-compliant. This program also has under it the Office of the TAU, which is the unit that is responsible for providing technical assistance on matters of discipline, as well as ethics and anti-corruption. And the 2 other targets that they'll be implementing over the next 3 years will include the directive to standardize the roles and functions of ethics officers. What we have found is that some departments do not have ethics officers that are employed and dedicated to implement the full value chain of the work that is required of ethics officers. That leads to uneven implementation, as well as non-compliance in some of the areas that need to be attended to. So this year, the department will be issuing a directive to ensure that there is standardization of those roles and functions, and will also be doing work on the public service integrity management framework, which the plan for this year is to review the current framework and have it approved for implementation. The 4th program deals with ICT norms and standards for the public service. The first target would be to come up with digitization solution proposals for the business process mapping program that is a long-standing program of the DPSA. And in an effort to automate our processes as the department, we are going to develop those solutions that will then be integrated into the current system, and for departments to then use that digitized platform to map their business processes. We'll also be supporting all national and provincial departments to implement the DPSA's ICT-related directives. Year 1 and year 2 will be offering that support. And then in 2025, we'll be conducting a maturity assessment to see how departments are implementing the directives, and if those directives are leading to any improvements in all the ICT-related functions conducted by the CIOs in departments. Also, as part of our journey to automate our processes as DPSA, we will be developing an online compliance monitoring system for all our ICT policies and directives. The last program is Government Services Access and Improvement. And over the years, we have piloted an organizational functionality assessment tool. And the intention for the 3 years under this MTF is to support all national and provincial departments with the implementation of the framework. The next target is to continue supporting departments to implement the business process modernization program. This is a long-standing program of DPSA. As part of the current MTSF, Cabinet has requested DPSA to modernize this program. And modernization is also about looking at automating the process so that it becomes easier for departments to automate their processes online instead of the tedious manual process mapping that has been done. And for the next 3 years, we'll be supporting all departments in the implementation of this modernized program. Cabinet also approved the revised Batupili strategy. We are also then in the next 3 years supporting all departments to implement this revised strategy. The program will also be ramping up our work on supporting the implementation of the Public Service Charter, which was agreed to by government as the employer as well as labor. The implementation thus far has not been up to par. And as part of the targeted implementation support that we'll be doing, we'll be supporting all the departments to ensure that they do implement the Public Service Charter as was planned. We'll also be supporting 3 state institutions in the implementation of the African Peer Review Mechanisms National Plan of Action. We have reported previously to the committee that the country underwent a review, and as part of the recommendations of that review on the actions, on the areas that need to be addressed as the country, we have developed the National Plan of Action that will then be supporting 3 institutions in the first year, 4 state institutions in the second year, and 5 in the year 2025-26. We have also undertaken a study that looked at the state of service delivery in the country. And that study made several recommendations aimed at improving areas where service delivery is not optimum. Will then be compiling, the monitoring report by the departments of the recommendations of that research study. We have also undertook to integrate all our service delivery related mechanisms into one policy as a way of reducing both the reporting and the planning burden on departments. And the intention of that policy is that you'll have one policy that includes all the service delivery recruited related interventions in one policy for easy implementation as well as planning and reporting by departments. In the outer year, awareness sessions will be conducted to communicate the policy to all departments. And then starting from 2025, we'll be targeting a number of departments that would be supported in the implementation of this integrated policy. Chair, the part of my presentation ends here. Through you, I will then request the CFO to start with the presentation on the financials for the department. CFO.
Thanks, Linda. Good morning, Honorable Acting Chair. Morning to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning also to the Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister and the Acting Chair of the Public Service Commission and all the colleagues from various institutions. Honorable Chair, I'm just going to briefly go through the financial, the budget of the Department of Public Service and Administration. The work that we have highlighted in the previous slides will be supported by this budget. The total budget for allocation for the DPSA as a vote is 553,460,000, which includes the transfers to the Center for Public Service and Innovation, which is allocated an amount of 45,894,000. They will be presenting on that budget just after or in this meeting. But Honorable Chair, in terms of the in terms of this slide, we're also indicating how that budget has been distributed. If we exclude the CPSI, the budget for the DPSA only, it's the subtotal of 507 million, which is just slightly over $500 million. Administration, which is a support unit and also deals with issues around compliance, takes the biggest chunk of the budget at 269 million. And program 2, which is human resource management and development, budget for 2023-24 is 49 million. And it's followed by the negotiations and labor relations and remuneration unit, which is takes 96 million of the budget. And this unit also hosts the government employee housing scheme, as well as the technical unit, which deals with the ethics issues and as well as ethics deliverables as outlined earlier on. It also hosts the Office of Standard and Compliance. The fourth program is e-government and services and information management, which deals with issues around information management in the public service. It's allocated 29 million. And lastly is the government services access and improvement, which is allocated an amount of 61 million. If we go to the next slide, we indicate the pie chart in terms of how the budget is allocated, as I outlined in the form of the figures in the previous slide. The administration takes 49% of the budget, and it's followed then by government services and access, which takes 20% of the budget. The government services and access, in terms of the budget structure, also the budget for CPSI, which I've indicated of 45 million, falls under government services and access in terms of the budget structure for reporting purpose to National Treasury. And 17% of the budget goes to negotiations, labor relations, and remuneration management. And lastly, human resource management takes 9% and 5% goes to e-government services. That's how the budget is structured. In the later slides, one will indicate the sub-programs around those programs. In terms of the detailed itemized budget, in terms of economic classifications, we have 4, which is compensation of employees. The budget for 23-24 is 300 million, and which it takes about 54% of the budget. Also, DPSA is a policy department. We rely on human resources to do the consulting work as well as policy development. So that's why the reason why the biggest chunk of the budget, over 50%, goes to compensation of employees. That's followed by goods and services, which is allocated an amount of 194 million, which is 35% of the total budget of 553 million. And 10% of the budget goes to transfers and subsidies at 52 million. That 52 million also includes the 46 million that we transfer to CPSI, and the rest deals with issues around the resignation and when employees goes on retirement. And lastly, at 1%, it's the payment for capital asset, which is allocated an amount of 6.5 million. We also indicating, Honorable Chair and members, the outer years, 2024 and 2025, but this will also be reviewed on a yearly basis as we engage with National Treasury or during the budget process. The next slide. The next slide, Honorable Chair, my intention is not to go through in detail on these 5 slides. The information is the same that I've presented. Here we're just indicating what constitutes program 1, program 2, and program 3. As I indicated just on this one, the biggest chunk goes to program 1, which is at 269. That these are the units that are hosted under program 1, Ministry Departmental Management, which is the Office of the DG, Corporate Services, Finance, Internal Audit, Legal Services, International Relations and Donor Funding, as well as Office Accommodation, which is one of our biggest main cost drivers. In terms of program 2, which is the human resource and development, the budget is 49 million, as I've indicated, and these are the 5 units that are hosted under program 2, and those are the respective budget for 2023-24 and over the MTF. Program 3, which program 3, not program 4, then I think there's program 3 is negotiation, labor relations and remunerations. The budget is 96 million, and as I indicated, there are 6 sub-programs under that. As I've indicated, the government employee housing scheme is also part of that program, hosted under that program at 14 million, 669 budget. Also, the public administration, ethics, integrity, and disciplinary technical assistant unit, which deals with issues around ethics in government. It's also allocated 25 million. Also the Office of Standards, it's also under this program. Program 4 is government services and information management. The budget is 29 million. And the 5 units are actually indicated, and the budget allocation. It's how we have allocated the budget in 2023 and over the MTF period. The last program is program 5 is the government services access and improvement. Its budget is 107 million. And as I indicated, in terms of the budget structure, Center for Public Service and Innovation, its budget of 45 million is also under that program, and the other units we indicate and the distribution of the budget. Honorable Chair, thanks for the opportunity to present. That concludes my presentation.
No, thank you very much. Now we are moving to the NSG principal, then we'll take immediately after the presentation the hands of honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning to the leadership of the department, the minister, and the leadership of the Public Service Commission, and all other colleagues who are here. I'll just give a brief overview, Chair, and I'll allow my colleague who's the head of strategy, Dino, to take us through the presentation, which should be easy to navigate. Some of the areas have already been covered in the previous presentations by the DG, DPSA, and acting chair of the Public Service Commission. So, Chair, the presentation that we will give needs to be seen within a backdrop of what has been happening in the institution over the past 2 years at least. And I'm mentioning 2 years because it was crucial for us to be able to outlive COVID-19 and its major impact on the organization. As the Chair, honorable members might recall, prior to this, COVID-19, the NSG's over 95% of its interventions were being done on a face-to-face delivery basis. And with COVID, that model was challenged and we had to shift gear and move most of our interventions to virtual as well as online. And you'll see in some of the numbers that we are projecting for the current financial year that we are saying a lot, putting a lot of emphasis on online and virtual programs with the proviso and the warning that in doing so, we must not exclude those public servants. We estimate over 500,000 of them who do not have access to a single device, nor do they have access to data and telephony, or because of their work arrangements, they might not be able to do online and virtual training during office hours. And here I'm talking to frontline service workers. If you work at Home Affairs, you wouldn't be able to do a course at the NSG between 8 and 5 because we are servicing the people there. And besides, the computer you use as part of a frontline worker is only restricted to the harness system that is used by Home Affairs. But we are highlighting that what will be happening in the current financial year as far as NSG is concerned is what we call, consolidate and to institutionalize some of the interventions we have initiated over the last 2 years as we strived to outlive the negative effect of COVID, including the impact it had on our bottom line as we were losing over 10 million rands revenue per year as a consequence of cancellation of face-to-face courses. Also this year, Chair, for us, it's a year of building capacity to sustain the new initiatives. So we're recruiting, younger and also people with different type of skill set, because we need to sustain the initiatives that we have. In some instances, we have to draw on expertise from outside, and we want to bring those expertise into the institution itself. And so this is a year of building and sustaining the capacity to be able to sustain these things that we are doing beyond the current MTSF period. We're also consolidating our digital transformation and to make it work and to yield the desired result of a digitally transformed NSG that can meet the learners' needs wherever they are, wherever their positions are. So with the type of acquisitions we have made from a software and hardware point of view, we want to enable every person in the public sector, whether MP, councillor, DG, board member, director, or CFO, to have a digital learning platform that is viable for them and they can gain something out of it. And we have made those acquisitions and we have signed some important contracts in that regard. We also are submitting our application for accreditation of 4 full qualifications at level 4, 5, level 6, as well as the postgraduate level. That process is underway currently, so we will eventually fulfill what was envisaged in the Public Service Act in 1996, when the Public Service Act says that the institution must offer full qualifications, and we are now submitting those for consideration for accreditation in the current financial year. This consolidation, Chair and honorable members, also involves building depth. This is a very important issue for us, building depth as an institution whose mandate is so vast that we have to improve the quality of our interventions to be cutting edge, to be responsive and relevant. The type of expertise that we are bringing on board will help us to do that. In some cases, we are rationalizing the number of training programs we have, so we can focus on few where we are best positions to deliver on those. We are also making an epistemic turn, Chair and honorable members. Epistemic turn in this regard means that we focus on practice, training public service on practice or know-how, because we understand that people may have qualifications, backgrounds, and experience, but what we must be focusing on, and we've benchmarked with other schools of government globally, that they are focusing on building the capability of people to do certain things as required in their job, in their jobs. And so we will still do some theory, but we are going to reduce too much reliance on that. And that is why we'll be using a lot more case study method in the training of public servants, so that they can acquire the ability to get things done than knowing the theory. In terms of the repositioning, what will be called Vision 2034, the NSG, as it was reconstituted to be referred to as the NSG from Balama, is 10 years old this year. So the repositioning is now, the process has begun to work on the repositioning strategy for the NSG and Vision 2034, which means the horizon for the next decade for the organization. This will include changing the funding model to be a fully funded department. That work has progressed, and we believe that in the next 5 months we will be in a position to come and share it with the portfolio committee, so the committee has an opportunity to engage and give its own views and comments and guidance and suggestions before this could be ready for being processed for the executive. And lastly, this is a year of also increasing our brand visibility based on the credible product and services that we are providing as the organization. So let me request to Chair, my colleague Dino, to take us, run us through the presentation, and then I will come back later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Principal, and good morning to the Chairperson, Honorable Chair, the members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister and Deputy Minister, Commissioners, DGs and officials present. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity for us to share. We make this presentation, Chair, against a backdrop of the current 5-year strategic plan of the National School of Government, 2020 to 2025. We have, in the process of our own strategic planning, Chair, we have not revised the strategic plan. We do believe we are on track with the targets that we have set and the vision that we have set for ourselves as the school. And so a big part of our presentation today, Chair, will also reflect on the past performance of the NSG as it begins to inform the performance for the current year. Chair, I think the important thing, as the Principal has alluded to, is the next 10-year period. And of course, this year, an important milestone for us, Chair, that the National School of Government, having been established for 10 years now, in 2013, is an important time for us as a milestone to be able to measure our performance and plan for the future. Our mandate, Chair, as is contained, drawing from Section 195 of the Constitution, the Public Service Act, and the Public Administration Management Act, we continue to fulfill this mandate as we have set out in as far as providing education and training, fostering collaboration, supporting development, and as the Principal has indicated, the qualifications which we are focusing on as well in this financial year. The strategy of the NSG and the performance is, of course, foregrounded in the service delivery model of the National School of Government, and this continues to guide the work of the NSG. As you'd have noted, Chair, the value proposition placing the learner, the public servant, together with the state as the employer and the citizen as core to the work of the National School of Government. And again, the issues of digital transformation, which are key for us, quality management, brand management, and of course, some areas that the Principal has spoken about, us bringing in other skills in the area, particularly around market intelligence and data analytics. We want to work towards a public servant that is diligent in the execution of the national priorities, being ethical and accountable, being innovative, masterful, prudent in the deployment of public funds, and of course, committed to the cause of national development and transformation. For that purpose, Chair, we ensure that in the program offerings of the National School of Government, we build all of these within our teaching. A very quick reminder, Chair, that the school, the faculties of the school are structured around 4 broad areas, which is the cadet and foundational development, middle management development, senior management and professional development, as well as executive management and leadership support. And these are headed by 4 chief directors within the National School of Government. Of course, within the 4 faculties, there are a range of cross-cutting courses that are accredited and non-credit bearing, which covers both the appointed and elected officials. Now, very quickly, some of our programs which are accredited with the ETQAs, we provide a quick synopsis of the 5 broad ETQAs that the school is working with, and some of the programs that that have been accredited. Chair, I think importantly, in some of the program offerings, we're just highlighting some of the flagship programs. There is a suite of programs that the school has in the region of about 150 courses. But these are some of the programs which we believe are important. And again, going back to the minister's introduction, has spoken to some of these courses, which are still very important for the professionalization agenda of the public service. So in these areas here, Chair, is around inclusion and transformation. We continue to focus on programs like championing anti-discrimination, leading change by championing gender equality, diversity management, as well as disability management. On the induction and onboarding, we have the programs that we continue rolling out, like the compulsory induction program. Of course, programs such as New Kerala, which is the pre-entry into senior management service, which only the National School of Government can offer. It continues to remain on our radar, and we monitor the enrollments with regard to these programs. A very interesting area of work for us more recently, Chair, has been the induction program for boards of entities. And later in the presentation, I will reflect on some of those boards that we have been working with. And we think this is an area of work where the National School of Government can continue to play a role, together with programs such as ethical leadership and executive oversight programs. On the management and leadership, we continue with programs such as the theory of change for planning in the public service, coaching for leadership development, and of course, the DG DPSA has also reflected on such programs with regard to mentoring and coaching. Programs such as Atella continue to look at equipping the heads of department with the relevant skills, and of course, project management as well. On culture and change management, the important areas for us here, Chair, is around Know and Live Our Constitution. We believe that's an important program for all of the public servants, as well as ethics in the public service, which we continue to monitor in as far as its enrollment is concerned. The Project Kaedu continues to remain a flagship program of the National School of Government. It has been a program, Chair, that we've been able to also customize for some of the countries on the African continent. So about 6 of the management development institutes across the African countries have been trained on how to roll out the Project Kaedu program. On managing procurement and public finances, these are some of the courses, and importantly for us here, Chair, as we work within the provincial and local spheres of government, we're focusing on the MSCOA, the Municipal Standard Chart of Accounts, as well as programs such as avoiding irregular, unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And then on the policy and regulatory environment, we have the Economic Governance School, which has really gained quite significant traction over the past year or 2 years. We've currently conducted the Economic Governance School in the last month, together with a cohort of officials from Kenya. So in our partnership with the Kenya School of Government, we were able to bring officials from Kenya, and the second leg of that will be taking place in the next couple of days, which is part of the economic governance program. And of course, the SEAS program, the Socioeconomic Impact Assessment System, that we continue to roll that program out, which is an important analysis tool aimed at the policy practitioners. The masterclass series, Chair, we continue with that. As the principal has indicated, the COVID pandemic has required us to think differently in terms of our offerings. And one of these has been the masterclass series, which we are hosting on various topics, and together with some key partners that we have internationally, which allows us to bring in some of the international speakers. The senior fellows, we continue to draw on wisdom and knowledge from the senior fellows that are part of the National School of Government. And these include 3 former DGs, of our government. Our partnerships with universities, we continue to manage and monitor that. And in this financial year, we will continue to do so, Chair. Together with private, partnerships, we have been working quite closely. We've recently closed the program of the European Union, which was a 6.5-year funding that we had received. And our global partnership footprint continues to grow. We've been expanding these partners, and we hope in the new financial year this will also continue to grow, as well as on the African continent. So, Chair, these are some of the boards that we have been involved in with regard to the board inductions. And this has been over a period of just over a year or so. We believe that in the new financial year, this is going to continue, in the same vein, because the program, has become quite prominent and for boards to undergo the induction program. In terms of our 5-year strategy, Chair, we, like I've indicated, we do believe we are on track. We have 5 outcomes for achievement, and at the start of the strategic planning period, we had identified key strategic interventions in the areas of leadership development, building the implementation capabilities of public servants, the professionalization, empowerment, quality management, and curriculum. And I think the principal has covered all of these areas in his opening remarks. And so we do believe we are on track with regard to these strategic interventions that we have set out. Chair, very quick synopsis in terms of the training numbers. We thought it's important as we reflect on the new financial year. At the start of the strategic planning period, we've reflected the numbers that we have trained over the period. The current, the past financial year, 2022-23, is still being audited. So that number is an unaudited number, but that would grow quite significantly from the 47,000. So by rough calculation, Chair, I think over the 3-year period, we would have done more than 160 odd thousand, close on to 170, 180,000 that have gone through the various programs of the National School of Government. And we think this is an important trajectory for us, as we move forward, particularly, since, coming back from the COVID period. The online courses continue to grow, Chair. Again, these are unaudited numbers. We are still busy. But when you look at from the start of the 2020-2021 financial year, total enrollments in excess of 194,000. And these are all of the different programs that are on our e-learning platform. We continue to look at those in as far as the progress and completion rates over the course of the financial year. We do anticipate, Chair, as we close up the audit of the last financial year, these numbers should be close on, if not would have exceeded the 200,000 since 2020. So our priorities for this financial year, Chair, is a skills audit. We are working jointly with, in consultation and engagement with the HSRC. This comes from the post-SONA debate and President directed that the National School of Government works with other entities such as the HSRC to conduct skills audit in frontline service delivery departments as well as in infrastructure departments. Of course, the national framework towards professionalization in the public sector is important, and together with the PSC and the DPSA, we will continue to work towards the implementation plans. Our target for this year, Chair, is to train 46,480 learners across all forms of our offerings. And as Principal has alluded to the fact that we are not only focused on the digital learning, we have to take into account those that may not have access to devices or to be able to learn online, that the physical learning still remains an option for us. So we are going to continue with this hybrid delivery model. We do project revenue generation to the amount of about 101 million. And of course, rollout of the funded compulsory programs. We will continue to focus, Chair, on some of the niche programs like the Economic Governance School, the anti-discrimination, the board inductions, and more recently, Chair, as I will share a little later on, the capacity building programs that we are currently rolling out to the institution of traditional leadership. And we believe this is an area for us that is sort of new with regard to capacity building. And we believe this is, an area that we can make a significant contribution. The school has also been engaging, Chair, in terms of institutional interventions, such as strategic planning workshops. And we believe that's an area for us as we look towards the future positioning of the National School of Government, the type of work that we could do with regard to institutional interventions. Of course, the partnerships, we continue to grow the international partnerships. We hope to sustain and get greater impact out of those, partnerships. So the intention is not to have too many, but rather those that we have them to make sure that they are sustained and they have greater impact. Chair, these are the program indicators. There are 2 programs in the NSG, being the Program 1 administration, as well as Program 2, which is the core business. And these are the targets that we have set. Importantly for us is around quality management. We want to make sure that right across the organization, there is total quality management, as well as the mapping of business processes. And again, as the principal has spoken about the digital transformation, we have plans to implement certain projects that would enable NSG operations to become more efficient. And then, of course, the brand positioning and marketing is important for us, as well as some of the work around the business development and the research projects that we are currently busy with. We will make sure, Chair, that on Program 2, we will continue with the work that we have been undertaking in the last financial year. So in this financial year, we will continue with skills assessments that we undertake. These occur both, either from departments making requests to us, or the school approaching departments to undertake in order for us to determine training needs. We have in the new financial year a target of 8 programs that we would be looking at. Either these would be new programs to be developed, or existing programs that will be reviewed. And we will continue with the impact evaluation studies, as we have done so since the start of the strategic period. The principal has spoken about the postgraduate qualification, and we will continue as well, Chair, with the advocacy sessions around the implementation of the national framework. So similarly to the DPSA, in as far as supporting departments, the school will also make sure that there's advocacy sessions that takes place with regard to the implementation of the framework. And so, Chair, with regard to quality ETD practitioners, of course, the school does make use of independent experts to facilitate training. We are in the process of putting in place a performance management system to ensure that these practitioners are professionalized and that they can be performance managed, against the system. We will continue with the accreditation of the school as a training provider, and that process is an ongoing one. We will work together with the DPSA on the compulsory programs. We'll be implementing programs in this financial year. And then, of course, on the e-learning platform, we will be adding more programs, at least about 8 programs that will be added to the current suite on the e-learning platform. With regard to the budget, Chair, the school has a budget allocation in the 23-24 financial year of 229,018,000. And of course, there is a transfer that takes place, Chair, which is of an amount of 115 million, which is transferred to the trade account, which is located in Program 2. Compensation of employees is at about 60 million, goods and services at 48 million. That's on the vote. And on the trade, the revenue generation, as I've indicated, Chair, the target is to generate 101 million. This is the core business of the school, and that's where the majority of the staff are located. So compensation of employees there in the region of 106 million, and goods and services at an amount of 113 million. We thought importantly, Chair, that we should also share, as we have in the last meetings of the portfolio committee, we did indicate that we want to place greater emphasis at provincial and local governments in particular. So we thought we should also indicate to the committee some of the provincial interventions that we are busy with and that we have undertaken. And I think importantly here, Chair, from a business development point of view, we want to make sure that all provincial HRD forums we do attend, we are part of it, and these include engagements also with the CETAs, the local government skills development facilitators. We've been working with the Western Cape COGTA to ensure that to engage municipalities there. There's the as well as support through the offices of the Premier on the compulsory programs. We've been working with KZN and training municipal officials. And then, of course, as I indicated, Chair, the training to traditional leaders in the art of facilitation. We've undertaken work in KZN and the Eastern Cape. And we hope, Chair, with the transversal MOAs that we have signed with all provincial government departments, that this allows the individual departments to engage directly with the National School of Government. We have signed MOAs in place with some of the metros and the municipalities, and there's work that will be now concluded with some of the other municipalities. We are also embarking on work with provincial government to ensure that workplace skills plans are aligned and they support the annual training implementation plans. We'll be working in the Northern Cape provincial government in this financial year, Chair, through the Office of the Premier, as well as with the municipalities. And importantly, in the provincial intergovernmental relations forums for executives, we hope that we will, get the message of the professionalization framework and what the school has to offer towards building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And for that purpose, Chair, in this month, we have scheduled the first engagement in the Western Cape province. Thank you very much, Chair and Principal.
Thank you, Dino. Chairperson, that's our presentation. Masipole, that's our presentation. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Principal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you with all the presentations. And now I will give honorable members to ask questions,
Chair,
or comments. Principal?
Chair, we've got CPIS, it's the last presentation, then we can allow members to chat.
Oh, I forgot.
It's a quick one, this one, Chair.
Okay, no, that's fine. It says that in terms of the items, it's included to the DPSA, that's fine. CPIS, the CEO.
CPIS. Good day. Can you hear me? Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. Let me put it on, is my presentation visible? Okay, this is the outline of the presentation. The mandate of the CPSI is located as well within the Public Service Act, and that's our vision. We fit into priority one of creating a capable, ethical, and a developmental state. CPSI is very small. We have only 2 programs. The first one is administration with 3 sub-programs as indicated on the slide. And the core mandate is driven through the program 2, which is public sector innovation, Again, it has three programs focusing on research and development, institutional support and replication, and the third one, which we call enabling environment and stakeholder management. I will unpack what is done in these sub-programs as we proceed. And the structure, that's the structure of the CPSI. As I said, only two programs led by, the sub-programs are led by chief directors, as indicated there, and the CFO, who is at director level. In terms of the breakdown of the human resources in the organization, that's the split. 7.4% of people with disabilities on our full establishment. This slide just gives a profile of where we are in terms of filling of posts. What I want to highlight is that the posts that are vacant, the funding came available from the 1st of April, and that would in a way have an impact on our vacancy rate as we proceed. But I would like to report to the committee that we've started with the recruitment process early in the year to avoid taking longer to fill those posts, because the money only became available as of 1 April. We are currently busy with the recruiting. Shortlisting, I think, will be happening around May, including interviews. Our vision is that we should have this post filled not later than July as well. As I said, two outcomes that we have: effective corporate governance, and the second one is the innovative culture and practice innovative culture and practice in the public sector. We thought we should also report to the committee in terms of how far we are in terms of the strategic plan. What I want to highlight on this slide is that we've not effected any changes on the strategic plan. So we are sticking to what we tabled in the 2020-25 strategic plan. Under administration, I think one thing that we need to highlight is that the CPSI has received clean audits for 6 years in a row. And in this financial year, we hope that we will maintain our clean audit record as the CPSI. The representation there, 13% are youth, as I already indicated, people with disabilities, and most of our employees, both at SMS and at organizational level, are women. In terms of payments, 30-day payment, on average, it takes us about 5.8 days to process payments in the CPSI, and we hope even in this financial year, we will maintain that. From this slide until slide 19, we're just highlighting how far we are in terms of the strategic plan, but I'm not going to spend time on these slides if members allow me. This is for reading to see if we are on track in terms of achieving some of our targets over the strategic, the five-year period. So I'll go straight to slide, I think it's slide 22, focusing on the current APP, which started now in April. With Honorable Chair, I just want to highlight that at CPSI, we've sort of consolidated our targets in terms of also not making them too easy for us. So as you can see, for program 1, we only have, one indicator, number of unqualified audit opinion. In that indicator, there are a number of things that will happen throughout the year to make sure that at the end of the financial year, we really have a clean audit at CPSI. It might look like it's a one-liner, but it takes a lot for one to maintain a clean audit. At the end of the day, there are things that needs to happen, strengthen internal controls, make sure that we stick to legislation. So when you go to the operational plan, then you'll get more details in terms of what are the targets that we've set to make sure that we reach a clean audit status once again. And in terms of number 2, the second indicator, it has 3 outputs. One focuses on research and development and initiatives. For this financial year, we've targeted 4. I'm happy to report that we've already on course to, for instance, start with a quantitative study on the state of public sector innovation in partnership with the Department of Science and Innovation through the National Advisory Council on Innovation. That's one of the projects. We have another one that we've already started on in partnership with VETS in terms of coming up with a GovTech incubator. They've asked for our support in that regard. One of the key things, honorable members, that came from previous, portfolio committee meetings was the issue around the impact of the replication program. In this financial year, we've decided to take the e-learning replication project and do an assessment of the replication program using the e-learning project. We hope to report to honorable members later on in terms of what is coming out of that. But I want to share that the initial impressions that we've are starting to show is that we need to start looking at broader implementation of initiatives. For instance, we're working with the Department of Basic Education to see how we assist them to enroll, to roll out e-learning in the public service. We had a workshop with them, we've had meetings with them. They are planning to host a conference where they'll be deliberating on the e-learning issues. Things that are coming out is that you'll find that you only have Wi-Fi access or internet access in the admin block, not in the classes. You find that the connectivity around that area in terms of IP addresses of gadgets are not enough. So it's starting to come out, and we hope we'll be able to share with them some of the lessons that are coming out from our program of replicating the e-learning solution. Because as CPSR, we don't run a service, we don't render a service directly. We support departments to be able to use innovation broadly. One of the development initiatives is the virtual Tusong Center. We're working with the Office of the Premier in Northern Cape. They approached us to say they only have 5 Tusong centers in Northern Cape. You can imagine the distances that citizens have to travel to reach services or a Tusong center. So through this work, we've hired system developers internally to start developing, the front office and the back office, to make sure that before the end of this financial year, we want to have what we call a minimum viable product, so that we can test it in its use, come back to the lab to make improvements, and then roll out. But the Premier of the Northern Cape is very excited about the project, supporting the initiative as well. So it's one of the projects that we'll be undertaking in this financial year. We will also continue as part of this output to support youth development, to make sure that we have public servants that are groomed from an early age. In this regard, we're working with the St. John's College, which is in Umtata. It's a DDM pilot site, to strengthen that school so that they can support other rural schools around their area. And we hope that once that model has matured, it will be implemented in rural areas or other areas, so that you use an anchor school to support schools that are under-resourced. We're planning to host another expo, 4IR Digital Expo, again, as part of Youth Month, and bring young people from rural schools to come and see and engage and learn how to code and all those other programs that we run. In terms of knowledge platforms, in this regard, we have 9. Some of them we're working with, we started with the design thinking workshops, and I'm happy to say that NSG has already put that course as one of the suite of courses. It's still being finalized now, but we worked with them because that's our role. We need to bring in, this innovative thinking approaches, courses. We run a few workshops, test them, and then hand over to NSG for them to start working them in into their programs and so forth. One of the issues that I want to highlight under this output is the value of system developers coming into the public service. I think DPSA and NSG has also indicated, even the Public Service Commission, that they want to push the digital transformation. And but if you look at IT skills, as the DPSA would always share from OGCIO to say, we don't have a lot of IT skills in government. So one of the things that we're trying to push from CPSI is to use our awards program to find system developers across the public servants, build a community of practice. What we're planning in this financial year is to have a sort of an online platform where system developers in public service can share code and help each other to solve service delivery problems. And in this year, again, as part of our conference, our Innovate Days conference, we will then bring a number of system developers that are public servants to come and hack a problem that will be presented. We can approach DPSA or any department to say, what is a problem, a challenge that you want hackers to look at to develop a solution for? And then we'll work with that department post the conference for that solution to be tested, piloted, and then maybe rolled out in future. So that's one of the key important things when you talk about innovation. Knowledge management becomes very key, and we use these platforms to then try and inculcate the culture of innovation in the public sector. In terms of the replication program, I've already mentioned the study that we want to assess, but in this financial year, again, we will look at what public servants are doing out there, analyze the project and see which ones we can start, replicating to see if the solution is robust enough to be rolled out. And we will then continue supporting, for instance, the one that we replicated last year. It's called the Digital Fingerprint Project, where you use a specialized scanner to scan the fingerprints of dead people so that you can identify them. Normally, fingerprints are used live. You need live fingerprints to confirm if this is Lydia, this is so and so. But it was never used to identify deceased using their fingerprints. It's something that we're working with the Gauteng Department of Health and also with CSIR, who are developing the software that one uses to identify this deceased people. And I think why we decided to carry it over into this financial year is because there is a problem of unidentified bodies in mortuaries. And members will agree with me that with load shedding, it even becomes more urgent for the mortuaries to be able to release deceased, the corpses as soon as possible, because load shedding as well affects whether one can keep a body in the good state or not. So we're looking forward to supporting that project in this financial year. This slide just unpacks, in terms of what we're planning to make sure that we have things that we do over the 4 quarters of the year. And I just want to explain that with the replication program, it takes long to replicate. Hence, we set it as an annual target to give us enough time to replicate that solution. Because with each replication project, it's complex. Once you move it from one site to 5 sites, to province-wide, to nationwide, it then takes a different shape. We need to, update a software that you are using or buy more laptops for the project and so forth. In terms of the budget, we are allocated, as indicated by the CFO of the DPSA, it's just about 45 million in this financial year, and that's the allocation per sub program, almost an equal split between program 1 and 2, and into the outer years, it moves to close to 48, then to 50 million in 25-26. Our budget is very tiny, but what takes out a lot of money under corporate services is things like paying rent, audit fees and so forth. Hence, you see that corporate excuse me, corporate services in all departments, I think it takes the chunk of the budget in that instance. And in terms of the work that we really need to do, we have about 22 million in program 2 to do actually the mandate, to carry out the mandate of the CPSI. Below is the economic classification, just to show where the money is going. As I indicated, compensation may look like it's a little bit more, but it's because we're able to release some money from goods and services, taking from consultancy fees. And we decided that we need to increase capacity rather than to outsource some of the services. So that's why there's a bit of a shift towards compensation of employees. The split in terms of sub programs, as you can see, the advocacy that takes place in enabling environment, we're actually getting an additional post to strengthen partnerships and stakeholder management, which is very critical for innovation to thrive. Under institutional support and replication, we'll be getting a second project manager, because we only have one to guide and support replication. And that's the split between goods and services, compensation, and payment of capital assets. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lydia. Now I'm taking hands, honorable members. I can see the hand of Honorable Dr. Gondwe, followed by Honorable Ntuli, followed by Honorable Celeste, followed by Honorable Jenan, followed by Honorable, I think, Malumane, and Honorable, let me check. Yes, Honorable Okibi, not Honorable Malumane. Honorable Dr. Gondwe, you can start, followed by Honorable Ntuli, and then Honorable Celeste, Honorable Jenan, and Honorable Kibi. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mgweba. Let me start by greeting everybody on the virtual platform and welcoming the presentations that we have received this morning. My first set of questions, so we'll go to the Public Service Commission. And the first question relates to the Public Service Commission bill. I wanted an update on this bill. I heard the minister making reference to the other bills being tabled in Parliament, the other two very important bills, the PAMA bill and the Public Service Act bill. But can I get an update on where the Public Service Commission bill is right now? Because it's also a very important piece of legislation and will capacitate the Public Service Commissioner's mandate. And I see that the Public Service Commission has the submission of the bill as one of the output indicators for Program 1. And I wanted to confirm whether that was within, whether the submission of the bill to Parliament is something that's within its control, because my worry is that we're heading to the national elections next year, possibly maybe May, June, July, thereabout. And I'm certain that towards the end of this year and the beginning of this year, Parliament will be slowing down in terms of its work, more especially the consideration of the bills. So I would really appreciate an idea of where the bill is and what we can do from our side as the committee in terms of ensuring that the bill is also tabled before Parliament. And then in the presentation by the Public Service Commission, they state that they're working with the NSG and the DPSA to oversee the implementation of the framework for the
professionalization of the public service. Can we get more details on what work has been done to date and when we can expect the framework to be rolled out right across the public service? My worry is that implementation is usually left to individual government departments. And I wanted to find out from the Public Service Commission how it will ensure that together with the NSG and the DPSA, that government departments comply with the framework. And then regarding Program 4, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, the Public Service Commission chair recently tabled a report covering financial misconduct. I think it was during the 2021-22 financial year in the public service. And it estimated that the cost of this financial misconduct stood at 1.2 billion rand that we've lost. But they failed to name and, to give the names of the relevant national departments, because if memory serves me well, I think 1 billion of this amount could be attributed to national departments, but they didn't state which national departments were responsible for this financial misconduct. And I wanted to find out why, they aren't helping us in terms of identifying the departments that are responsible for this financial misconduct. Chair, can I pose my questions for the DPSA as well? Chair?
Yes.
Can I pose my questions for the DPSA?
Yes.
Okay. So let me start by saying that I think it's the first time I think that in my time as a member of this committee that I've actually how can I put it, that I've looked at the APP of the DPSA in a favorable way, because I think my primary worry with the DPSA is that their mission includes establishing norms and standards and ensuring in the public service and ensuring that those norms and standards are adhered to. But when we ask what measures, what interventions are they going to put place, to address some of the issues, they are quick to tell us that some of the issues are a prerogative of the management of individual government departments and not necessarily the responsibility of the DPSA. Yet they have a responsibility for ensuring that norms and standards, within the public service are adhered to. So I think I welcome, the APP that's been presented today, where they've actually even identified some of the issues beleaguering the public service. But my concern is, and now I'm speaking to the issues that, are articulated under the burning platform, more specifically the issue of precautionary suspensions and the management of the vacancy rate in the public service. So I appreciate that they've listed the interventions. However, I need more details on how they're going to implement these interventions and ensure that they yield, felt and tangible results, such as how are they going to ensure that there is indeed consequences for employees and employers who delay the conclusion of disciplinary cases. I would also suggest that in addition to the interventions, they have measurable targets in this regard. So you know how many precautionary suspensions there are in the public service. But you need to tell us how you intend to help reduce these precautionary suspensions and by how much you intend to help reduce these precautionary suspensions. And you know what the cost of those precautionary suspensions. From your presentation, I calculated it to be 265 million rands. So how are you going to help us? And I want to understand the role that TAO will be playing in relation to the listed interventions. The unit was established, with such high hopes. However, I think I've yet to see it make a recognizable dent into the issues facing the public service. they list the submission of the Palmer Bill as well as the PSA bill to Parliament as some of the targets that will be led by the minister. And I'm encouraged to learn from the minister that these bills have now been tabled in Parliament. And I assume that the reason why they're not before the committee is that they've got to be tagged by the tagging committee of Parliament. But I want to emphasize that these bills have to be brought before the committee as soon as possible because the national elections are around the corner. And I want to find out from the DPSA how it will ensure that the bills are aligned with the framework. And by the framework, I mean the professionalization of the public service framework. How will the DPSA ensure that the bills are aligned with this framework? Because it came right at the tail end of things. And are there plans to legislate around the framework? Again, it ties back to the implementation of the framework. How will we ensure that it's implemented, it's rolled out, and its effect is felt? So the interventions around some of the mechanisms for ensuring compliance, I don't think they're very effective because the DPSA has been issuing numerous circulars and directives, but the public service is still battling with some of the very same challenges that these circulars and directives seek to address. So I want to encourage them to think outside of the box when it comes to interventions in this regard. Come up with interventions aimed at really ensuring compliance with norms and standard. Even the intervention around the submission of quarterly reports to cabinet, is that really an effective intervention? Has the DPSA not been submitting these reports and we've seen no change? For example, they could start including, the resolution of some of the issues beleaguering the public service as key performance areas in the performance agreement of senior officials. That is another way to ensure that there is, there's adherence and there's compliance to the norms and standards. And then the last question for the DPSA is around the outsourcing of lifestyle audits by some government departments. We received we were privy to a presentation by the DPSA where they indicated that some government departments have outsourced, lifestyle audits, more specifically to law enforcement agencies. And this was confirmed on a recent oversight to the Northern Cape, where the Northern Cape confirmed that, it was approaching law enforcement agencies to assist them in rolling out these lifestyle audits, because they felt that these lifestyle audits, the manner in which they expected to carry them out, does not go deep enough in terms of effectively rooting out corruption. So I want to know how does the DPSA feel about this, and how far is the DPSA as a department on its own, or rather, how is it faring in terms of conducting lifestyle audits? Because as the lead department in this regard is supposed to lead by example. So I want to know how the DPSA is faring in terms of conducting lifestyle audits. And then my questions to the NSG. So I need to know, what progress has the NSG made in terms of developing its own sustainable funding models? Is it serious about developing this funding model? Because it's not included in any of its targets in its APP. And then there's no section, even if it's not in the targets, there's no section specifically speaking to this particular issue of the development of your own sustainable funding model as the NSG. Because as a committee, we have on more than one occasion raised this issue, that there's a need for the NSG to develop its own sustainable funding model. So I'd like a finite date in this regard, because this issue seems to be dragging for too long. So included in the strategic priorities for the financial year under consideration by the NSG is a skills audit in the public service, which is a joint initiative with the Human Sciences Research Council. So my question to the NSGB, when will the skills audit be concluded and how will it be undertaken? What are the aims of this skills audit? Why is it being conducted now? Is it not long overdue? Another strategic priority is productivity in the public service, which is a joint initiative with the presidency. Can we get more details around this initiative, specifically around, which arm in the presidency will be charged with rolling out the initiative and other, critical details? That's it from my end, Chairperson. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gondwe, Honorable Ntuli.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chair. I would love to welcome all the
Honorable Ntuli, can you be closer to your mic? We can't hear you. You are very low.
Chair, can you hear me now? Hello, Chair.
Yes, but can you, Lantika, increase your volume? Maybe the problem is with the volume in your gadget.
Oh, yes, I've done so. I've done so, Chairperson.
Okay. That's fine. You can proceed.
Chair, I would love to welcome all the presentations that have been tabled to the portfolio committee by the department and by all departments, let me say so. Chair, that confirms what was said by the minister to say the department is hard on work. We can see the hard working of the department, but I wanted to ask something from the Public Service Commission. Just to say, Chair, what measures or systems does the entity have to ensure compliance with its recommendations, and does the department utilize its legislative authority on consequence management? And also, Chair, I would love to move further to ask from the department is no to CPSI, Chair, if you allow me, I can also confirm the hard working on CPSI, and also want to thank Miss Lydia for joining us and explain some of the things on our oversight work. But I wanted to check something as to how is the entity working with the Department of Science and Innovation and its entities, and how is the entity's strategy aligned to the decadal plan so far? And to Chairperson, I want to ask from DPSA. From DPSA, we could understand. We understand that some of the frustrations that DPSA have to say some of the things need to be done by the departments on their own, although they have identified them. That is very much disturbing, and that is frustrating when you see when you diagnose a patient and yet you can't treat the patient. That is very much disturbing. So as a PSC, to say the work of the PSC in most cases, it ends in a very nice binded books, but they can't move any further. So my question from DPSA is, what is the plan of the department to enforce compliance of recommendation from its entities and its own recommendations in a timely manner? Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nduli. Honorable Celeste.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I also like to welcome the presentation that was presented today, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, my honorable colleague, and everyone in the meeting today. I'm having a concern, Chair, and I think my colleagues also understand very clear that you cannot do the work for the department, but you as a monitoring their work of those departments, you still sit back and say is their duty, which is not happening. And you also confirm that. So what are you monitoring? Which actions are you taking to show that you have monitored the department and their work at this satisfactory? Now action must be in place. Since I'm this portfolio committee in 2019, my colleague can attest to it that every time consequence word is being said, but no report that involves that consequence management. And now we are facing out the 6th parliament, which will jump to the 7th parliament. Do you think you had enough efforts to assist this department according to your report? If yes, why there are no changes, no accountabilities, and also disciplinary codes? Why now for so long? There is so many backlogs that need to be dealt with by DPSA. And then this one for NSG, I don't know really it was for NSG because I was at network problem by the time that I hear this was explained. But it's a question which needs to be answered by the relevant person. If I'm wrong, I thought it is NSG. The question is, which plans have you made to assist mortuaries in terms of load shedding, as you have said? Do you have criteria on how are you going to assist, and when will that take place? Because as a committee, we think it must be as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Celeste. Honorable Jenan.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to everybody in the meeting. I would also just like to say thank you for all the presentations. I received it well. I would just like to ask a few questions. On the Public Service Commission, I would just like to know, does the entity have sufficient capacity and capabilities to monitor and support implementation of recommendations of its various reports? Then I would also like to know, does the entity have a digital transformation strategy? A question to the Center of Public Service Innovation. I would just like to know, does the entity have sufficient capacity and capabilities to generate innovations with expedite digital transformation of an e-government? Then also a question to the Department of Public Service and Administration. What will the impact of automation and the e-government on low-level jobs have, and how is the department training staff for this digitization? And then lastly, Chair, question to National School of Government. How is the entity ensuring it expands online learning for persons who are not part of the public service? And what are the targets of the enrollment? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Janan, Honorable Kibi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues, the ministers. Honorable Chair, let me join you in welcoming the Honorable Minister, as this is her first portfolio committee meeting. I was listening to her when she was making her input on the coach that she made to build our future. Also working hard to bring stability in the department, and also working towards the protection of whistleblowers. I think that is a commitment by the Minister. Honorable Chair, my first question would be for Public Service Commission. Sorry. Honorable Chair, I just want to get clarity from the Public Service Commission. Does the entity have sufficient capacity and capabilities to monitor and support implementation of recommendations of its various reports? That is my question to them. And on the one of CPSI, Honorable Chair, my question would be, what is the plan of the entity to streamline innovation in the state working at the National Advisory Council on Innovation? The next one, Honorable Chair, it would be for Public Service and Administration. What will be the impact of automation and an e-government on low-level jobs, and how is the department training staff for digitalization? And the next question would be, are there norms and standards of disciplinary process coherently applied in the public service, and what effective mechanism is in place to ensure disciplinary processes are undertaken without delays, which caused the discussion without sufficient basis? And my last one, Honorable Chair, would be to NSG, Honorable Chairperson. How is the entity ensuring it expands online learning for persons who are not part of the public service, and what are the targets of enrollment? Those are my questions, Honorable Chair, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable KB and all members. I don't see any hand from honorable members, and then I will then ask only few questions, one to the CPSI. My question to the CPSI is to understand their strategy as the entity in leveraging the increased levels of connectivity and access to digital devices such as phones to innovate solutions to improve government service provision. And also the second question is on the replication of innovation that is largely at a small scale. What is the plan of the CPSI to leverage the district development model to massify innovative solutions? And also the third question relates to the DPSA. The triple BEE reporting by the state entities have been dismal and low. And as reported by the triple BEE Commission, what is the performance target in relation to compliance with the triple BEE reporting by the state organs? And also the fourth question to the department, does the department have sufficient capacity to ensure compliance that is timely monitored? And the last question is the NSG. I would wish that also we've got a new minister and understand to the entity, the school, if they have sufficient resources to have a practice-driven learning to improve the skills of the public service. I would want also maybe the minister to hear if then the National School of Government have sufficient resources to deal with their responsibilities as they make sure that there's skills development across all the the public sector, and especially the public servants. I think those are the only questions that I wanted to ask to the presenters, but then I will give all the department, the CPSI, the PSC, and the NSG to respond, and then the minister will come after all they've responded to the questions by the honorable members. Thank you. Oh, we'll start with the NSG, then followed by CPSI, then the department, then the PSC, and then the minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me request my colleagues, the DDGs, DDG Maja, followed by DDG Kaunda. They will take the questions, and then DDG Mkwanas, then I will come after Chair, and they will show their beautiful faces so we know that they are not robots. Thank you, Chair.
Uchabelo Maja, I will go first on the issues that have been raised by honorable members. I will start with the questions that have been raised by Honorable Gondwe with regards to the skills audit, because Honorable Gondwe wanted to find out as to how far are we with the skills audit, what are we doing there, and how long will it take, and whether is it not late for us to be doing this work. Honorable Kondo will recall that the issue of the National School of Government conducting the skills audit jointly with the Human Sciences Research Council was announced by the President in his recent State of the Nation address. And in that announcement, the President also gave us 9 months to at least get going with the first part of this intervention. So we are working on that turnaround time, Honorable Gondwe, of 9 months. We hope to complete at least the first 6 steps of this skills audit within that 9 months. Just for clarity to honorable members and also Honorable Gondwe, the President did announce that we should target in this work what he referred to as infrastructure and frontline service departments. And we are now targeting 8 of those, 5 of which are your infrastructure departments, such as water and sanitation, transport, human settlements, cooperative governance, public works. And we are also targeting 3 of the frontline service departments, such as Home Affairs, Social Development, and also the Department of Employment and Labor. So there are a number of steps, Chair and Honorable Kondo, that we hope to undertake. They are really in 3 parts. In the first part, really, in this skills audit, we want to be able to define the jobs that exist in the public service, make sure that we capture the performance standards of each of the jobs, and also the skills requirements of each of the jobs. So that's going to be the first part of the work that we'll be doing. Once we have completed that part, we then do a skills assessment, looking at the skills that are available and doing an assessment, which will then lead us to the last part, which is to compare the present skills with those that are required, and then make some recommendations in terms of possible interventions. That's the gap analysis part, which will be the last part of this 9-month project. We've been engaging with these infrastructure and frontline departments that will be targeted. We will be looking at MMS to senior management level, that is middle management to senior management level for this part. We do anticipate, Honorable Konde, that there will be more work required beyond the 9 months, but the 9 months is the first cut that we are aiming for. We've engaged with these departments. We've been engaging with the Human Sciences Research Council, and we've been engaging also with the minister who's been guiding us in this process, so that we are able to do what the minister is keen we should do in responding to what the president has asked us to do. So that is on the skills audit. The productivity question that was also raised by Honorable Gondwe, that work we are doing with DPME. So there it's a bit of a complex project, this one, because as honorable members might be aware, the conversation around productivity in the public sector, particularly in South Africa, hasn't been forefront. And for government to talk productivity, we would have to be sensitive to ensuring that it goes hand in hand with service delivery. So in that project that we are doing with DPME, we are hoping to be clearer as to what are the efficiencies, what are the effectiveness issues that we should be looking at in the delivery of public services, and how can we then understand issues of accountability and transparency and lump them up in our understanding so that we could come up with a clearer definition for our country as to how we understand productivity in the public sector. So that project should assist us there so that it's not just productivity as we have it in the private sector, but this would have been productivity that is linked to issues of service delivery for our nation. So those are the 2 issues that Honorable Kondo raised. And of course, the issue of the sustainable funding model was also raised in a different way by also Honorable Janine, and also raised by the chair, because it does link to the issue of funding and resources, which the minister will also assist us with there. But on that issue, we are working on a repositioning document for the National School of Government. In fact, in the last week, we had a very engaging session internally to find ways of being clearer as to what are the elements, what would be the value proposition, and what would it mean to fully resource the National School of Government in this context of constrained public service resources, the challenges that are facing the country. How can we be able to reposition the National School of Government such that it is properly resourced without putting the fiscus into a deeper debt burden? So we are hoping that Honorable Kondo, maybe in the next 3 to 4 months, would have finalized that process, and we should be able to come back once the minister is happy to come back to the committee to say this is the repositioning process that we're looking at, and these are the funding options that we're looking at. And hopefully, maybe within this current sixth administration, be able to secure cabinet approval as to how the National School of Government can be properly resourced to do its work. The last issue that I'll respond to, Chair, before I give my colleagues a chance, is the issue of online learning. We are expanding increasingly online learning to those that are outside the public sector, but remembering, honorable members, that the core mandate of the National School of Government remains that of the public sector itself. So we've been foraying slowly into how we can open up the service that we offer to those that are outside the public sector. And the first foray into that space has been through Nukela, our pre-entry public service examination system that we run online. In that program, those that are outside the public sector are allowed to enroll for that program, to complete the examination online, to be able to pay from their credit cards, from their check accounts, to be able to work from their private networks at home, be able to connect to that program using their own private emails, because the intention with that program is that once they have successfully completed the program, then they're better able to compete in applying for jobs in the public sector, particularly as things stand currently for senior management jobs. Now, the professionalization framework has impressed upon us, which Cabinet approved in October last year, to expand this intervention beyond just the senior management service. And that therefore means that the pre-entry requirement and the examinations that will be running and the programs that are linked to them will have to be increasingly open to those that are outside the public sector. So we are opening more and more, honorable members, and we are hoping that as we do that, we will not lose sight of our core mandate, which remains the public sector. I will stop there, Chair. I hope I've not overlooked any of the comments that might be requiring a response from our side. I'll allow DDG Kaunda through you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleague. In fact, my colleague DDG Maja has covered all the issues raised on us. Sorry. The issues have been covered on the responses on the NSG side. There weren't any issues raised on the administration side. Suffice to say that we'll just continue with our work, strengthening the brand, exploring the new markets and strengthening the existing markets and expanding the work that we are doing as outlined. I would like to delegate upwards to the principal on any other issues that may be remaining. Thanks.
Thank you. CPSI.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thanks, honorable members, for all the questions. I will respond to some and I'll call Mr. Skwanrat and Mr. Mteto to come in. Honorable Nahel, yes, it's true. We don't have enough capacity to generate, these innovations. As indicated in my presentation as well, we are allocated 45 million to pay for everything. So we really need, we have a plan in terms of making sure that we increase internal capacity to be able to do all those innovations. Hence, I said that from 1st April, we're able to release some funding to, get a second project manager to run with the replication program, and to get another person to run with our stakeholder and partnership arm, so that we can also be able to, get funding to support some of the projects. Honorable Chair, challenges around, people have mobile devices, but there are a number of challenges. I've already highlighted that in a school, most people have 1 or 2 gadgets, even learners. Once you start to exploit mobile technology, then you don't have IP addresses in that vicinity. One other challenge that I think NSG has also said previously that the zero rating of these services is still a problem. So that people should be able to access a service without data. You know, it should be able to go on a mobile app and access the service without having to buy airtime, converting it to data and so forth. Also, the issue that where you have connectivity, then you'd find that in a school or in a hospital, it's only the admin block. You as a nurse trying to use technology to assist patients, you are unable to because there's no connectivity in the ward. And I think in this regard, I just want to give an example of one of the projects that we came across from Western Cape Department of Health. It's called the Hospital and Emergency Care Tracking System, an in-house built system that they are rolling out in the hospitals. They've also made sure that those hospitals have, connectivity in the hospitals so that we are able to, assist patients much quicker. But it's true that we need to leverage mobile technology more, as a state to make sure that we deal with these things. I'm not sure who's responsible for zero rating of services. I think it's DCDT. But you end up finding departments negotiating. For instance, when we're in the Northern Cape, members will remember the Premier said they are talking to a service provider, MTN, to make sure that their Tusong centers are connected as well. But I think it's true that we need a coordinated approach to say if it's a government service, it should be zero rated. But I suppose it's a process to get to that stage. In terms of replication from small scale, yes, we do acknowledge it's small scale. As CPSI would want to see replication, for instance, at least province-wide, as an example, or nationwide. And I think it's one of the strategies that we want to implement in this financial year, taking a cue from other provinces that are coordinating innovation from the Office of the Premier, where you find that when they implement a project like the Hospital and Emergency Care Tracking System, it goes to all hospitals without barriers and so forth, because it's coordinated. In this financial year, we've already been approached by Northwest. They've created some capacity at Office of the Premier, and they've asked us to support them to run the public sector innovation program for the province. And I think we want to spread the message across all the provinces that that's a better way of coordinating innovation and making sure that if you don't have system developers enough in each department, but if you have this capacity at Office of the Premier, then the Premier's office will then support the department into bringing in this in-house build solution so that people shouldn't be going on tender for everything, for all the services, because that's also not sustainable in the future, because the service provider then will tell you about the IP that belongs to them in terms of the solution that we do. But it's going to take a little bit more longer for provinces to, or for us as departments, to start seeing the value of building capacity or even retraining ICT personnel to be able to code and do other things so that we can relieve the pressure. Yes, we're looking at DDM. As we work in Waterberg and OR Tambo, yes, we can do more in those provinces, but we are always constrained by the number of people. As I said, if you have one person to support project, a replication of projects, you have to be hands-on, you have to be there, weekly to make sure that you support the province. I'm not sure how many trips we've made already to the Northern Cape to support them in the virtual Tusong Center initiative. So over the medium term, we hope we'll be able to get a bit more money, and reprioritize. We've cut a lot from our international program and took that decision that rather use this money for replication, for development, rather than for international programs. So we are taking those hard decisions as CPSI to say we do want to support, Africa in terms of programs, in terms of the UN, but we've scaled down so that we can release a bit of funding to support the work internally. Pierre, please take out the two questions, and Lindan will also respond to one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, and other dignitaries, thank you for the opportunity. Just in response to the question on the collaboration with the DSI, and specifically around the decadal plan, as members would recall that the decadal plan is in essence the implementation plan for the white paper on science, technology and innovation, which mandates the DSI and CPSI to work together. As such, we have a number of engagements and relationships. In terms of our projects, we ensure that we engage with the National System of Innovation in terms of bringing those solutions into the public sector. We've reported on the mortuary project, the fingerprint. It's in essence technology that the CSIR developed, but we had to adapt at the coal face for it to work within the context of our mortuaries. That's just one example of how we work together. We have a very close relationship with the National Advisory Council on Innovation, and as reported, we are working on our assessment of public sector innovation together with NACI in close collaboration, and this year the work will continue, which will feed into both the strategic planning of the National System of Innovation as well as the CPSI through the DSI. Members would also recall that the decadal plan are asking questions around the future of education, the future of health, energy, and climate change, and the future of service delivery. In this regard, we advised the DSI on issues of futures literacy and strategic foresight, and a workshop was coordinated earlier this year to help strategize and thinking about how do we bring futures literacy into the planning and into the execution of the decadal plan. Some of the officials present in this meeting attended that workshop, where we brought international expertise as well as local expertise on strategic foresight into the room to help discuss issues around how to bring strategic foresight into our thinking and into the execution of the decadal plan as well. So just to summarize, that there's very close collaboration, mostly project-based, and we will expand on that in the coming year as we plan to have a specific person responsible for stakeholder management that would coordinate these activities. Thank you, Chair. Through you to my colleague, Mr. Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable DM, and Honorable Members, colleagues. I think the question was around how would CPSI assist mortuaries with the issue of load shedding. The load shedding issue is a national issue, obviously, and it's being handled by those responsible departments. From our side at the CPSI, we identified a project which was assisting in with unidentified disease bodies to quickly identify them and try to find their families, because this is quite a huge cost for government keeping the bodies. I think the rules are around that we had to keep unidentified bodies for 3 months, which is a cost to a public sector mortuary, and then also a psychological impact to families who may not be able to find their family members. What basically happened is that a civil servant discovered that we could use scanners to identify these bodies. We then were able to then link up with the Verify Know Your Identity organization, which uses Home Affairs information to identify the body, and the body could be identified within 1 hour to 2 hours, rather than the traditional route of taking the fingerprints manually, then sending to SAPS, who then will send to Home Affairs, which can take a week or almost up to 3 months for you to be able to get the information. With this project, the turnaround times are quicker, and then the project then uses credit information to link up the person and find out who are the relatives, and then identify the project. So we have facilitated the replication of this project in 5 sites in Gauteng, in partnership with the CSIR, which is developing a software which will assist within the project. And I think, as the acting EDF said, one of our challenges is around the issues of resources. One would want such a project to be facilitated and replicated to the whole country. However, the issue of the finances and human resources is a major project. We have, obviously, as an organization, formally written to the Department of Health in Gauteng to inform them that this project has successfully been replicated. It is then, we would like them to take it up and put it as part of their program in solving this particular problem within the country. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. We are moving to DPSA.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to ask colleagues from DPSA who are here to start by taking some of the questions, and then I'll come back a little bit later. We have DDGs from DPSA, starting with DDG Linda, who is connected, and the other colleagues who may have questions specifically to respond to. DDG Linda. DDG Linda, are you in the meeting? DDG Vugela?
Thank you, DG. I'm here. I don't have specific question. I think from DPSA side, most of the questions on IT related matters. From my side, DG, I don't have question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zaid.
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon to all. The question I'll deal with is the question on the impact of e-government or digitization on low-level jobs. I think certainly in terms of the impact of digitalization, the area that we would most probably see impact is on low-level jobs. For example, the introduction of online portals, the self-service kiosks would reduce the need for customer service representatives on the front line. We have not done specific studies in this regard. I think this is something that we will look to do as we see digitalization uptake in departments, try to do that impact. But I think on the flip side as well, it would also create new job opportunities. For example, the requirement for software development, cybersecurity, data analytics, and all other fields. So I think there would be an offset between what we see as a reduction in tasks, low-level job tasks rather than low-level jobs, and an increase both in the technology space and in other areas as we digitize and we make the work a little bit easier. So I think from there, the takeaway out of that question, DG and colleagues, is that we possibly need to look at some kind of study in that area to try to understand some impact. Thank you, DG.
Thank you. DDG Dumisani Hlophe, do you have a point to raise, a question to answer?
No, thanks, DG. I listened attentively. There was no specific question I could pick up for. Yeah, thanks, DG.
All right, thank you. I would like to just try and cover some of the questions, Chair. I want to apologize. I think I might have missed some questions due to my connection here at home. But I just want to firstly just to highlight that I think the overriding question is around what tools or how do we enforce compliance with our policy directives, our regulations, etc. And I do want to highlight firstly to honorable members that even though we have challenges in certain areas or certain departments not complying, but there is generally improvements in terms of compliance by a number of departments, especially on regulations and policy directives, some policy directives. Circulars are a means of communication and sharing information to departments. So the areas that require, or sometimes we use circulars to share best practice, but we use policy directives and regulations to enforce compliance in the public service. Those are the tools that we have at our disposal in respect to enforcing compliance. Of course, there is the legislation as well that we have. So I just wanted to just highlight that specific issue first, and then I'll go to the details questions. There was a question, I think, around compliance with the framework. How will we ensure that compliance? Again, we rely on the tools that I've reflected on that we have as a department, but we don't just throw tools to people. We engage with DGs, and where we are struggling with DGs in terms of departments improving, we escalate at a ministerial level. With how the suspensions were handled, we saw a lot of improvement when we identified the departments that had long-term suspensions or long-drawn suspensions, and we brought in to the attention of our minister and the ministers of those particular departments. I think one of those departments that really moved on the suspensions at that particular time under the minister, I think that was 2020-21 financial year, was the Department of Higher Education and Training, as an example. Interventions that DPSA is putting in place to ensure that our norms and standards are adhered to. I think, Chair, when we raise the constraints we have around the mandate and how far we can go, we are not raising those things to complain or not to take responsibility. We are just sharing with the members some of the real constraints that are out there, that each department has an executive, an accounting officer. So as the DG of DPSA, I am not an accounting officer for the Department of Higher Education, for instance. I am an accounting officer for the Department of Public Service and Administration. So the norms and standards that we put out there for implementation, the DG for Higher Education and Training has to ensure that those norms and standards are implemented. And the DGs are aware about this because the Public Service Act is very clear in respect to that. And we take the feedback that we must also be innovative and look at other ways of improving compliance in the public service, e.g. including some of the issues in our performance contracting processes for the DGs. Yes, we experiment with that. We have even now submitted a number of issues as part of the cabinet submission that we think should be considered to look at how we adjust the performance contracts of DGs themselves. We have also signed an MOU with AG. That MOU is also aimed at assisting us to improve compliance on certain areas that are critical as far as they relate to capacity of the state and the wage bill management in terms of our policy directives and regulations themselves. So we receive that feedback very well, and we'll build it into we're building it into our processes going forward. So I just thought it's important, Chair, to just highlight that we don't do this to complain or to throw our hands at the problem. There's lots of interaction and work that happens between departments, especially those departments that do not comply. We can never say we have given enough support. Departments write to us all the time. They invite us to their departments to run workshops around a number of issues, performance management, systems, and everything else. And we are always willing and available to provide that support to departments. In terms of the burning platforms, it was highlighted that there's a need for more details on how we'll implement. We will certainly provide that detail to the committee if it is needed. However, we thought that for the presentation, we will just go high level to showcase some of the work that we are doing in respect to this area. How will we ensure implementation, the measurable targets? You want us to target on how we're going to reduce these suspensions and etc. That's work that we'll be able to share as well. Bills brought to the committee, how will we ensure the bills are aligned to the framework? We've already done the alignment of the bills to the framework, Honorable Member. We have ensured that those areas of the framework that require legislation, we are working with those particular areas. Specifically, the issue of a head of public administration, we have taken it into the legislation. The issue of the decentralization or devolving of operational matters to the HODs, we have also taken it as a proposal into the legislation, and it's an issue that's also reflected in the framework. The issue of the contracts of DGs, we have taken an aspect of it into the regulations that we are completing the review of now. It's not really a legislative matter. The other area of the contracts, of the longer term contracting of HODs, that is an issue that we have not been able to take into the regulations, into the Act, because of the further work that needs to be done in relation to that particular issue. And the feedback that we still must take back to Cabinet on that particular area. But generally, we have really gone into detail in ensuring that alignment with the public service frame, with the professionalization framework. In terms of circulars and directives, are they effective? Well, circulars are aimed to communicate information to people mainly, and best practice, as I said earlier on. Directives, I think it depends. I cannot say all of them are not effective and all of them are effective. There are departments that do very well in implementing directives, but also we have picked up lots of duplication and onerous administrative work linked to our directives. And it's an issue I raised earlier on, that these are the things that we are trying to eliminate. So our directives must be pointed and be straight to the point. Some of the feedback we have received from the departments is that our directives are all over the show. We need to find a way of consolidating things, and that's the work that we're doing as well. So I would say that there are those departments, and we can pull out a compliance report. I think we did one in the last financial year. We can pull out a compliance report that also shows the level of compliance with some of our directives, because for each directive, we do monitoring and evaluation to also assess implementation and track progress in terms of impact of that particular directive. So we can pull out those reports as well and share that information. What we have noted is that a department that does not have strong leadership from the top struggles with, or where there's instability in terms of management, struggles with issues that relate to directives and etc. And such cases, we escalate them through our minister to engage with the ministers of the relevant departments. And some of the departments may be experiencing acting DGs for a longer period and etc. But we pick up those things and report on those particular issues. I think what also helps, Chair, is that the committee itself must have an interest in calling DGs, especially for those departments that are struggling with some of these compliance issues that we're dealing with, because we also have a responsibility to report to Parliament. Must call, the committee can also help us by calling the ministers that are responsible for those particular portfolios. The committee can maybe target one area in a year. It could be suspensions, it could be vacancy management, it could be any of these areas. And those top 10 non-compliant departments or whatever, call them into the committee to also make their own presentations and accountability, because from our part as DPSA, we can go up to so far as getting the ministers to engage. And it is the minister of that department who then will have to hold the DG or the HOD accountable for the non-compliance. It can't be the minister DPSA, and it can be the MPSA, and it can't be the DG DPSA. Moving on to the outsource, there was a question about the outsourcing of lifestyle audits. Chair, we have given a guide to the departments, and our guide says you start by ensuring that all your people do, as an example, all your SMS members do the e-disclosures, or all the categories of employees who must do the disclosures, do their disclosures, financial disclosures. Now, for instance, 30th April was a cut-off date for financial disclosures for SMS members. The next level to come through is going to be deputy directors and assistant directors. So out of the information that is gathered through the financial disclosures, the ethics officers analyze that information and pick up where there are areas that need to be taken forward, report those matters to the DG, and then the DG will decide how to take the process forward. Some matters can be investigated internally. Some matters can be referred to law enforcement agencies depending on the nature of the matters. Some can even be investigated to AG as part of the auditing process, or even request the AG to just do a deep dive on a particular area. So this is all the options that are at the disposal of the various departments in terms of how they deal with e-disclosures. I mean, with these assessments. And I do want to say, Chair, for instance, I hear some members saying there's no work that has been done at all. The stats that I'm looking at are that at the end of January 2022, there were 47 provincial departments that had done their disclosures. And at the end of January 2023, we're looking at 71 departments. So there's an incremental approach. And the more we support the department, the more we go out to the departments, the more the departments are starting to embrace this work and to do this work. They have some capacity challenges as well, because some of them do not have ethics officers that are part of the system currently. And we've been working with them, advising them around how to handle this ethics work if there's no ethics officers, through the designated ethics officers approach that we have introduced as the department. In terms of the questions around measures or systems we have to ensure compliance, I think I've answered this question, Chair. I'm not going to repeat it. The Legislative Authority on Consequence Management, again, consequence management is implemented at a departmental level. I am responsible to implement consequence management at the level of DPSA. Another DG is responsible, the minister is responsible to implement consequence management against me as the DG at DPSA and other ministers respectively. So I can't, as DPSA, go to another department and implement consequence management. That is in terms of the law currently. So there is full delegation of these responsibilities to heads of departments. Chairperson. Delegations to departments and plan of departments to enforce compliance on recommendations. What are we doing as DPSA? Again, where required, we support the entities that work with us or the departments that work with us through the policy directives and generally the communication that we do with departments. PSC has direct delegations from the Constitution and their own legislation about how they work with departments. And in many instances, they don't really need us to issue anything in support of their work, but we work very closely with the PSC and we assist where we are required to assist the PSC. There was a question on monitoring and sit back. Okay, we say we are not implementing on behalf of departments, and we sit back and see it as their duty as the other departments. I think this was from Honorable Celeste. I think I've answered this question, Chair. I've indicated that even if you see our APP, there's lots of support work that we do with departments to ensure implementation of these norms and standards that we are coming with. We are not sitting back. We are not waiting for departments to just do their things and fail. We intervene. We get invited by departments as well to intervene, and we do intervene. However, there are limitations in terms of legislation, and that's the point that I was communicating, that we are working within a legislative environment, and there are limitations. The question on impact of automation has been answered. I won't answer it. I won't repeat it again. I think for me, what is important about automation is that it's going to improve effectiveness and turnaround times. Currently, you advertise a post and you get 2,000 applications, and HR unit must process 2,000 applications manually, and they will probably need a month to just go through those and capture them, and you are losing time that you could have done, that you could have used to ensure faster turnaround times. In terms of, if you had an automated system, it will help you even to start the pre-shortlisting process and kick out all those who are not qualifying in terms of the information that they have submitted. So from an efficiencies point of view, we definitely need such a system. The last set of questions I noted, there's something around the BBBE and performance targets in relation to BBBE. Chair, I want to offer that it is not in our mandate to be tracking the BBBE compliance of other departments. So we are focusing on BBBE compliance of our own department. But ourselves, DPME and NSG, I think we had a meeting with the commissioner, the BBBE commissioner, and we raised some of the challenges that government departments are experiencing in terms of this tool. And I understand that there's work that is being put in place to investigate and research possibility of having a specific tool, a BBBE type of a tool that is focusing on government departments, because our processes are certainly not the same as the private sector processes or the SOC processes in place. Do we have sufficient capacity to ensure compliance? I think I don't want to come to the committee and be complaining about capacity, but I just want to raise that one of our biggest challenges as DPSA is how we are structured. Number one, we've had conversations with the minister around working on reviewing the structure of the department to cover the long term. And also we have a problem of not having specialist skills in the department. I think many people who are in the department are generalists and people who are coordination rather than specialist skills that we require. For instance, we need specialist skills on benefits for employees in the public service, but those are skills that we don't have. But we have people who are supposedly doing the work, but more at a coordination level rather than at a specialist skills level, as an example. And I can go in detail to other areas, but this requires us looking at our structure, and also our structure seems to be quite top heavy at management level, and we need to be able to, as people exit the system, abolish some of the management positions and take and use those positions into lower level positions where we can get technical skills, new young people, that new graduates that have just come out of internships or universities who provide these technical skills. That requires a lot of work done in the structure itself. On the productivity issue in the public sector as a last issue, I just want to highlight that there's lots of work that DPSA has done in this work. I know in the previous financial year, we even assisted the PSC on its productivity assessment, and I've seen the report recently that we've issued to the PSC. I've even asked the colleagues who are in DDG Vukela's unit that deals with this work under service delivery to do a similar assessment for the public, for my own department around the productivity of the department. So the colleagues who are doing this work in the presidency and NSG, I think you should be able to tap into this work. There's a whole chief directorate at DPSA that is doing work around productivity, the organizational functionality assessment work, as well as business process mapping work, which we are supporting departments to implement, is part of this particular work. Chair, that would be all from my part. I hope I have not missed out any questions from the honorable members. If I have, I will be happy to come back and answer those. Thank you, Chair.
Very much, Honorable DG. There's a question by Honorable Gondwe. She's saying you have forgot to answer a question on how your department is faring in terms of the implementation of the lifestyle audits. Is your department done with implementing lifestyle audits?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair, I forgot that question. Apologies. Yes, we have done our lifestyle audits in the previous financial year, chairperson for the department. And in the current financial year, we have just now finished the e-disclosure system. And I saw the plan from the team that the ethics team that they will be starting with the assessment of the disclosures of the colleagues, so that those areas that requires attention from a lifestyle audit perspective is given attention. We also, by the way, also rely on the reports from the PSC in terms of information after assessing the disclosures that come from the PSC, and then assess whether such information requires lifestyle audits. In the past financial year, there was one case I had referred to the team to look at it from a lifestyle audit perspective that had been brought to my attention in the department, and they did the work that needed to be done, and they came back and said, the matter could be more of a disciplinary matter rather than a lifestyle audit, and therefore the matter was delegated to the relevant DG to handle it from a disciplinary perspective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. And the PSC, after the minister, we still have an item to deal with as the portfolio committee, and of which also at 2 o'clock must log in for the House. So I will give the PSC to respond to their questions, then the minister, so that after you are released, and then we then proceed with the last item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am Chair. Our acting Chair, Commissioner Mkolomba, has had to exit because of a prior commitment, so she is not in this session for answering questions. I'm going to ask my colleagues, DDGs, to assist in answering some of the questions, and then I'll come in later. DDG Matendra will tackle 2 questions, the one relating to the role of the PSC insofar as the implementation of professionalization framework is concerned, as well as the work that we do to ensure compliance with or implementation of our recommendation. DDG Matendra, if you can proceed to respond to those 2 questions.
Thank you very much, DG and Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable Minister, Honorable DM, DGs, and colleagues, good afternoon. In respect of the question on the implementation of the professionalization framework, the PSC has got 2 elements to this area of work. The first one is relating to the support that the PSC ought to provide to the head of the public administration, as well as the area of HOD evaluations. On the support to the head of the public administration, it relates to issues such as the career incidents of DGs and DDGs, as well as appointment processes. And on the HOD evaluations, again, Chairperson, you will recall that this function was for a very long time with the PSC, and at some point it moved to the DPME. And this is something that we are also engaging with key stakeholders in the center of government, DPSA, DPME, to see how we streamline these activities and establish an approach as well as capacity for us to implement these mandatory requirements for the PSC. So this is our direct role and contribution to the work around the professionalization framework. The second element relates to us really working with the departments that I've mentioned, including the NSG, in terms of how we bring our heads together to develop that consolidated action plan with the activities that ought to be played by all the role players. As you would imagine, the professionalization framework in terms of its implementation is a huge task, and it does require that all institutions play their specific role. The second question on the implementation of our recommendations, you would have seen, Chairperson, from the APP that we just presented, that there was an indicator around engaging with departments around our recommendations. And you would know, Chairperson, that recommendations are obviously retrospective. It would be the work that would have done largely in the previous year, where we are pursuing departments and really checking on them, whether there are improvements and whether they have really implemented our recommendations. So one of the challenge that we have is the high level of instability in the public service. So when we go into departments where the MEC or the HOD would have not been in the department for that previous year, and we present our recommendations, it takes us a little bit back in terms of taking them through on the work that we have done and so on, and how we arrived at our recommendations, because they wouldn't have been there. But one of the things that is quite encouraging again on implementation of recommendations, it's what we call on-the-spot recommendations. And this usually happens when we visit service delivery sites and when we come across those matters that we feel are very urgent and they ought to be implemented either by the EA or the accounting officer. So our commissioners, obviously, they make use of the powers to write on the spot. If I can give an example, if we are in the Department of Home Affairs and we find that the office is about to close because there's no water, as we are experiencing water challenges and electricity challenges. So the commissioners are able to call the minister or the DG or the MEC or the HOD right on the spot to indicate that there are challenges in this service delivery side that relates to water, and there has to be JoJo tanks, or we have got challenges relating to the supply of medicine. So we find that the level of response from EAs and HODs is very quick when we are right at the service delivery sites and really requesting them to act with speed. So those recommendations, they are quite attended to with speed. I also need to mention again, in respect of the project that we have mentioned, the Citizens Forum, we have seen the speed at which departments are able to coordinate and collaborate as we bring them to the Citizens Forum to give answers to members of the communities and to work together. So it does help a little bit in terms of gaining traction to service delivery improvements on the ground. But having said that, I need to say, Chairperson, that this is still a lot of work to be done. Do we have capacity? We don't have capacity, but it's an area of work that has been really prioritized. DG is working on that one, and we are hoping that with speed we'll be able to concretize really our work in that space and are able to make sure that all our recommendations are implemented 100%. I'll leave it at that, DG. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG Matendra. DDG Malachi, if you can deal with the question regarding financial misconduct and why is it that the information doesn't indicate the national departments involved? Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable Chairperson. The question relates to the reflection of national departments that have occasioned a financial misconduct. Allow me to refer you to page 20 of the report, where national department, a breakdown is given on national departments that have caused that amount and which respective amount relates to the listed departments. Then they will be followed by provincial departments. I will leave it there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DDG. And members, just to respond to the rest of the questions, the first one being, where are we with the PSC bill? Members, we're happy to report that the work has been concluded. We are now at the stage where the bill will be tabled to Cabinet, and hopefully soon it will then reach the shores of Parliament. There was a little bit of delay because we needed to have consultations with SALGA. We've done that in the previous financial year, not only the SALGA executive, but also their regional offices, which we've now concluded. So the submission is ready for tabling to Cabinet. And insofar as the question relating to whether as a department or PSC, we've got a digital transformation strategy. In answering that question, we just needed to note that we had started with conducting an assessment on our IT infrastructure, and that work we were assisted by CETA. So they concluded the assessment report, which in summary that indicates that our IT infrastructure is aging. We really needed to revamp and modernize our ICT. And so we have started drafting the ICT modernization strategy. It's going to be a 5-year strategy where we're looking at, in the short term, what are the quick wins in terms of automating our processes. That work has already been done. The document is currently undergoing the approvals in our governance structures. We anticipate that at least by the end of this quarter, we should then have the ICT modernization strategy approved, Chair. I believe that we have covered the questions that members have asked, but I'm happy to be corrected if there's any question that we have missed. Thank you very much, members. That is the responses from the PSC.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I know that now I'm on injury time. Let me start by apologizing to you and the entire committee, as well as our team. I note that I did not cite the Deputy Minister when I was acknowledging the participants here. I owe her an apology, to acknowledge her to the committee, but also to acknowledge the kind of work she is doing with our entities. I think without her, I would still be all over in terms of influencing the necessary changes and direction in the department. Her support has come in quite handy. What one would want to relate to, Honorable Chairperson, is that a lot of work is taking place in the department. If I could be allowed to use the analogy of a duck in the water, you see the duck moving, but you wonder why, because you don't see any movement. There's a lot of paddling that is taking place in the department, being the feet of government, and therefore government moving in the right direction, because the paddling that is taking place enables such. So I would want to appreciate the work that is done by both all the leaders from our entities, the NSG, CPSI, and the department itself, as well as the PSC. We do have leaders that are able to live up to the challenge. But the persistent question from the committee is that of resources. Are there enough resources? And I would just answer and say that there's nothing like that. There would never be enough resources for anything. But what is important is, with the resources at hand, are you able to make the best out of them? And the approach that the department is taking together with its entities is to ensure that as we move forward, whatever little that we have, we are able to stretch it for impact, meaningful impact on the key tasks at hand. And therefore that's what informs most of our decisions and our direction, but more emphasis also on working together, because we won't be able to influence departments, for instance, if they don't understand why we issue a particular directive. And therefore, this approach that I was referring to earlier on, of having the department working with the bargaining councils and the key departments. It is to ensure that when you arrive at a decision, there is buy-in and an in-depth understanding from all. And that's the approach we are using to influence the necessary changes in department, strengthening integration and ensuring that we are of that influence. Because I stand between you, Chair, the meeting and the sitting of the House, let me take the opportunity to thank the members in participating in the discussions, because the questions help us also understand where are the areas of weakness, what can we do about them? And therefore we appreciate the opportunity given to us. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and to the department, the CPSI, the NSG, the PSC. Thank you very much to all of you. You are released and will remain as the portfolio committee. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Long live the chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Chair.
Yes.
I think yes, I think Julius is trying to upload something. I think you can, Chair.
No, that's fine.
Take us through the report. Thank you so much, Chair.
In the meantime, honorable members, I know that you've got 2 or 3 gadgets. You can also log in the House for 2 o'clock's meeting at the Tree Line Whip. While we are finishing this last item, also use your gadgets to log in the House.
Ethe yodwa mna chairperson isiyashiza kwayona manje.
Hi, Honorable Sibisi. I'm so sorry.
Iyashisa manje igadget yami.
I know it has been a long meeting, colleagues and honorable members. But at least all the Lantika, all the department and all entities have been given more time, one to present and also to respond to our questions. I know sometimes it always, make them feel bad to present to us and of which they don't respond to our questions.
Yes, Chair.
I more or less nje ngomashasi.
Chair.
Ngine-1 i-gadget.
Yes, Mr. Mwepe, can we proceed?
Okay, can you see my screen, Chair?
Not at all, only your name.
Only my name. Can you assist by projecting? I'll just talk through it from there because I'm trying. It's not loading from.
Mr. Ngobe, I think your network. Let me quickly go through that document quickly. Apologies, don't remember.
Yes, we're in the next, which is the last item, Masi, the subcommittee report.
Yes, Honorable Chair. I'm just quickly going through. Okay, yeah. You've got it, Julius, on your side?
Yes.
You got it, Masi?
Okay, can I let me quickly proceed on my side. You can remove this one that you've just put now.
Okay.
Okay, Chair. Can you sit on your side, Chairperson? Honorable Chair.
Yes, we can see, Martin.
You can see.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Is Mr. Ngobo with us? Julius Ukona?
I'm here, Mazi. I'm here. You can go through it.
Through you, Chairperson, we can give you Julius to go us through the report. Thank you so much.
Yes, no, you can proceed, Mr. Ngweb. We can see the report
Mazi,
now.
just scroll down, just page by page up until we are on the recommendations. If there's any correction, the members must just indicate if there's a need for us to do a correction in terms of the grammar or whatever.
Chair?
Yes, Dr. Ngodo. Gondwe.
Yes, Chair, there appears to still be some people that are not committee members on the platform.
They're still here.
Yes. Can you just make another appeal to them to please get off the platform?
Okay, Chair, can I then proceed, Chair?
Yes, proceed.
I also just want to highlight that Honorable must remember that this is a public platform. This is being aired on YouTube, so any person can actually view it.
Yes, Marty, there's nothing wrong preventing them from accessing the meeting on YouTube, but there was a request made by the chair that they log off the meeting.
Okay, Chair. Can I then try and remove?
Sorry,
all
Masi,
those-
who's Mulemanek?
Okay, Chair, let me quickly remove all those members if you can just bear with me. Thank you, Chair.
Are they still here? Tatang, Mela, Shelley. Who is Shelley and Tantang?
Chair, those are the colleagues from I think from the TA that also has access our.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Chair.
Chair, can I also just come in quickly? Can I just come in quickly? From the list that I have, we all have members and of course colleagues from Parliament.
No, that's fine. Let's proceed.
If you can proceed, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. Mr. Ngobe, through you, can we then move to page?
Move to the next page, yeah.
Yes. Like I said, Chairperson, the very same document was submitted to members. So I'll move page by page. Those members that attended and participated in the process. Then I'm on page 4, which reflects candidates that attended the interviews, Chair.
Can you make it bigger, CEO? It's so small.
Can you see it now, ma'am? Honorable member. Then I think I'm on recommendations through you, Chairperson, once again. I want to give it to Julius to actually take members through.
Okay, thanks, Mercy, and thanks, the Chairperson. Yeah, this is a report that emanates from the subcommittee on the subcommittee that was elected by the committee. So we are reporting back to the main committee, but I believe that all members have gone through the report. So for now, it's just to read the recommendation of the report, and then we move on. The recommendations are as follows: that the portfolio committee resolved to recommend Mr. Errol Vincent Mageman to the National Assembly in terms of section 196(8)(a) of the Constitution for the appointment by the President to serve as a commissioner for the Public Service Commission. According to section 196(10) of the Constitution, a commissioner is appointed for a term of 5 years, which is renewable for 1 additional term. In 5.2, in terms of the Public Service Commission Act of 1997, once appointed, a commissioner shall not hold office in any political party or political organization. A commissioner shall not, without the consent of the President, perform or engage himself or herself to perform any remunerative work outside the duties of his or her office. This provision of the Public Service Commission Act of 1999 ensures that the commission remains independent and impartial from the political influence. Yeah, so that's in conclusion, the portfolio committee is therefore confident that the above recommended candidate for the appointment is a clear understanding, expertise and skills and knowledge of the mandate of the Public Service Commission. Honorable Chair and honorable members, here is the report for the adoption, so that it can be tabled maybe the latest tonight. Thanks.
Chair. Honorable Mugweba.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Masi and Mr. Ngwepe. Honorable members, this is the report from the subcommittee that did the work of the PSC interviews on your behalf. So I will then take hands, honorable members. There's a hand of Honorable Gondwe.
Can I go ahead, Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Gondwe.
Honorable Mugweba, you recall that when we were deliberating around the most suitable candidate, you indicated that I could articulate my dissatisfaction with the recommendation of this particular candidate at this stage. So I wanted to put that on record, that in my opinion, this candidate wasn't the strongest candidate. His presentation was too general and broad in nature, and he included a very broad discussion on graft under G and made references to collusion and price fixing. And this is anti-competitive behavior and outlawed by the Competition Act. And I'm not sure how it features in the public service. He did not specifically speak to the issue of officials doing business with the state as a form of corruption or deviant behavior, nor did he go into great detail around the legislation in relation to officials doing business with the state. His presentation also spoke very broadly about the mandate of the PSC, but he did not address the role of the PSC in preventing officials from doing business in the state. He did not mention annual disclosures that SMS members are meant to make to the PSC, and what kind of information SMS members are to disclose in these
on a point of order,
disclosures.
Honorable Kondo, there's a point of order from Honorable Kibi.
Yeah.
Honorable Kibi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I don't think it is fair for this process for Honorable Gondwe being part of the subcommittee, where she did raise her dissatisfaction or maybe not supporting the said candidate. I don't think it is really fair for this process for the honorable member to come again on this platform and raise what she has already raised. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Kibi, you will know that I wanted to raise my reservations and my objections to this particular candidate at that point. And Honorable Mugweba assured me that I would have the opportunity to do so in today's committee meeting. So I'm just not getting up to raise my objections, willy-nilly. She assured me that I would have an opportunity to articulate my objections to this particular candidate and give my reasons why I don't support this particular candidate and I don't support the contents of this report.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Kondo. I think your issues are noted by the committee.
Yes, Honorable Mugweba.
Yes.
Yeah, if I may add that I feel that the candidates' qualifications as well. I mean, the Public Service Commission is an institution that is knowledge-based. I'm not entirely sure, what skill set he'll be bringing to the Public Service Commission, his qualifications. As far as I can see, this individual is not qualified. He's more of a politician than someone who can actually contribute towards the Public Service Commission. If you look at his CV, it's got the ANC all over it. And so I'm not entirely sure how this candidate could be ideal for this particular position. The way he answered even the questions from members was inadequate. And even Honorable Kibi's question, he didn't answer it adequately. He was supposed to put suggestions forward. He couldn't do that. And so I want to object in the strongest possible terms to the recommendation of this particular candidate for this position. His qualifications, his skill set, his work experience do not match, that of a commissioner for the Public Service Commission, which I indicated is a knowledge-based institution. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Kondwe. One issue in your input, you have also spoke about some honorable members that asked questions and were not responded to. I think some of these honorable members were part of the Atlantica subcommittee and they will speak on themselves. So, but your whatever the objection is noted, comment Honorable Kondwe, Honorable Malumane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to everyone. Chair, I believe this report is from us as part of the subcommittee. We are presenting this report as a subcommittee to the members that were not members of the subcommittee. So for me, I don't think it will be proper for Honorable Kondwe to speak on the report because it's our report. I think in the recommendation, she also mentioned that she doesn't agree, she objects. So I think it's there on the report. So I think maybe if you can just only maybe for members that were not on the subcommittee to speak on the report. That's when all of us, those who are members of the subcommittee, if there are any questions, we can respond based on our recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malumane. I can see your hand again, Honorable Kondwe. I think you have raised your issues and you have raised your objection even at the subcommittee. Give all the honorable members that were not part of the meeting to speak. If not honorable members, the report has been adopted by Honorable Malumane. I will then ask for a hand that would second what has been said by Honorable Malumane. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I can second.
Honorable Spisi. Honorable Spisi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I was part of the process from the beginning up to the end, I hereby support the recommendation of the candidate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Spisi. Honorable Jenan Nahal.
Now, I also just wanted to support. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, honorable members. The report of the subcommittee has been adopted by the honorable members, and of which this report now is the report of the portfolio committee to be tabled in Parliament. Thank you very much. That was the last item of the portfolio committee. And thank you very much to all of you honorable members. Thank you to our support staff. They are always available from time to time. Even if we've got challenges, they will always be able to guide us as this portfolio committee. Thank you very much. But to be noted, the report has been adopted by the portfolio committee. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Bye, bye, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye,
Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.